Hello. Hey there. I don't hear anything if you're trying to talk to me. Here we go.
Hello, can you hear now? Okay, so Alex, are you able to share your screen? Hello, everyone. We're going to start very shortly. Whilst we're waiting, can you type the city that you are joining us from in the chat? Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night, wherever your time zone may be. My name is Dr. Kwame Anyabano. We are very excited that you're able to join us today. We have a poll on. If you have not answered, please do. And secondly, also, can you enter the city that you are reaching us from today? Without much ado, I want to hand over to our first speaker, Dr. Martins. Oh, sorry. Choose. Hello? You can unmute yourself now.
Yeah, great. Can I get
Sorry.
some feedback from the chat that you can hear me and you can see the presentation?
Yes, we can hear you and see the presentation.
Perfect. Sorry for the delay. Welcome, everyone. I'm going to start this presentation by a small overview of what is AI, and like its history, and what is AI, what is ML, to get like a little bit the things ordered in the head. So first, let me talk about me. So I'm Dr. Martins. I'm currently CTO of a IoT company. I have a PhD in control and game theory, but as anyone in my field of work, basically AI is everywhere nowadays. So I also did a lot of AI during my research. I also have an MBA focusing on innovation. But I'm from the beginning engineer working with electronics. So what is AI? So what we call AI, basically, it's computer systems that do tasks that help perceive the environment and do things that we see as, let's say, intelligence. That doesn't mean they are intelligent. That just means that uh, they can do tasks that would require complicated algorithms if we had to do it by hand, basically, such as like number recognition, see if it's a cat or banana, this kind of stuff. So as it's written here, it includes some kind of problem solving, perception, and language understanding often. So what we see today is what we call narrow AI. So it means that each AI is kind of trained for specific tasks. The typical one is that we all know that when you type cat into Google Photos, for example, then it shows pictures of cat. This is typically what these are doing. The thing that everyone is tending to, and the big keyword, is what they call general AI or AGI. This would be AI that's able to do a lot of tasks like human would do it. Some people say, for example, ChatGPT is tending to be towards AGI. It's not an AGI because it's still very limited, but we are getting a little bit closer, must I say. So where do we see AI today? It's basically everywhere. It's used in healthcare to help to discover cancer, for example. Sometimes now we can discover cancers that are very small that the doctor would not really see, but then algorithms can detect on images from breasts, for example. Automotive on self-driving cars, or at least partially self-driving cars, surveillance, where we offload the amount of work for the human. So now typically we have algorithms looking at the video, and they will only flag when something important is happening so a human can take over. Before, you had to get people to actually watch all the videos, and it's very tiresome and not efficient. Gaming, where you're basically playing against your computer. A lot of us have played games. In finance, which is the main crowd here, if I understood correctly, this is a lot used for pattern detection, like fraud detection, trading, risk assessments, and things like this. Customer service is mostly chatbots, and e-commerce is, we see a lot of it nowadays as well, like summarizing reviews, things like this. So a little bit of idea of how AI came. You have the link up there, is a very good Wikipedia summary. So basically, we would say that what we call ML/AI started in the 50s when Alan Turing proposed the Turing test. This is basically a set of questions that you would ask to be able to detect if it's a computer in front of you or if it's a human. In 1956, this is where the Dartmouth conference happened. And this is where the term AI first appeared. And then from that, there was dedicated research into AI. Before that, it was a little bit undefined. 1966, the first chatbot was developed by researchers. It was very limited, but still it was a lot from what was before. In the 70s, we have the rule-based AI, which is development of systems that basically mimic human decision-making by doing specialized analysis on different domains. And then what happened is that the hardware was very limited at the time. So then we had what followed, what we call the AI winter, because it was a lot of promises, but because there was not so much computation power, then they could do so much, right? The big difference we have today is that we have a lot of very powerful computers around us. We're using a lot of energy just to run all of these algorithms, and they didn't have that at the time. But anyway, we went out of this, what we call AI winter in 97, where the first chess champion was defeated, Garry Kasparov. And then, yeah, I can get a shortcut. Then basically you get some breakthroughs. Then in 1912, you have ImageNet competition, where they were doing image recognition and classification, where we saw that algorithms became very good at this. In 2016, AlphaGo won against the champion in Go, which is very much more complicated than chess because you have endless possibilities compared to chess, where you have a limited amount of moves you can do. 2018, now it's up to gamers. And then the thing that everyone talks about is 2019, 2020, when ChatGPT basically was launched. And then it changed the face of a lot of companies. Some keywords to get the ID straight. So what we call AI is basically the algorithms that allow the system to do what we want to do without having to program it. Machine learning is a subset of AI. So this is like very much specialized. So when you hear machine learning, it's often very specialized tasks. And then what we call deep learning, this is where if you see how machine learning is kind of working, it has different layers of neurons. So when you say deep learning, is when you have a lot of layers where you network that you use for making all of these perceptions, all of these treatments is very deep. So this is good to keep in mind. So AI is kind of the big term And then machine learning is kind of the subset of this that is more specific. And then deep learning would be even a subset of that if you want like to take it very short. Yeah, so in fintech, where do we use AI? We use it for fraud detection. So you look at patterns, transactions, and then you see like kind of regularly, let's say, for example, every morning you're going to go and you're going to buy your Starbucks. So we're going to see like, okay, that person is buying a Starbucks every day between 9 and 10. If one day you don't buy a Starbucks, but you buy an iPhone, this is typically something that will raise up in the fraud detection because the pattern changed. Um, Customer support, a lot of like people right now are talking about ChatGPT, for example, generative AI, to replace the human as the first layer with support. We use it a lot for credit scoring, where you also do like detection of like you get a lot of information about the house, about your behavior as a consumer and so on. And then you try to get the score out of this. Financial planning is something that's been coming in quite recently as well, where we try to replace the financial advisor by using AI, looking at trends and so on. And of course, trading, where you try to predict the future and then see if you can make money using computers. So some of the challenges we have in the development of AI today is data quality. So training AI relies a lot on the data, and it's very hard to get a lot of data for what we want to do. Is actually data is the heart of the game. If you don't have the data, you can't train the AI, the network. If you can't train the network, you can't use AI. That's as simple as this. What happens now as well is that because a lot of content starts to be AI generated, then it actually is lower quality. So if you train your new algorithms with content that's been created by algorithms, you actually degrade a lot the next generation. Lack of skilled talents. We have a lot of people working on that right now, but it's not enough. So, and the time it will take for people to learn all of this will also, we're talking years. The cost and resources used for this is gigantic. I mean, training a model is a huge cost for a company because you need a lot of power, you need a lot of hardware, you need a lot of people to do it. And one thing also that right now we don't know is like some networks are very efficient at doing some tasks, but we don't really know why they're very good at doing those tasks. So this is a lot of research is going on right now to see how do these networks reach these kind of results to understand what is happening behind the hood. The challenges in using AI is this is a very short version. Of course, you have ethical concerns. So the data you get is always biased because you get it from the source you get it from is usually used by a certain type of people um, or you have like only certain countries that are involved in these kind of data sources. One really good example was with, I think it was Logitech that started to use machine learning to have their camera follow the people. So when you would have a conference, the camera would detect your face and then move with you during the conference. And what they did is that a lot of people and Logitech, the engineers, were white male. So when they released their products, they were really proud of this, but because the data was biased, the camera basically did not detect black people. So that's a very big problem, and that came from the training data that was biased from the beginning. Security is one big problem as well, because it can be manipulated. You have data leakage because you input information into these networks, but you don't really know where it's going. And probably this information will be used for the next trainings as well. Regulations are moving very fast as well. A lot of countries are moving to regulate and all of these AI users right now. So it could also be a problem in the future that you have to adapt your system to different countries due to regulations. And as I said, privacy is also something we need to keep in mind, even more in the fintech area where economical data is very, how to say, sensitive. Yeah, so what is coming now with AI? We hear a lot about autonomous systems with Tesla, self-driving cars, things like that would drive by themselves, self-optimizing AI systems. This is a lot of research on that. There is a lot of research also. Let me check this. It's a lot of people will get certificate. Okay. It's a lot of people that are doing research with basically how do we interface with AI with these algorithms. If you have, for example, if you have a manufacturer and then you have the whole building chain that's completely automated, how do you interact with humans? Because there would be humans. It's very interesting, actually. There's a lot of research on that. One of my colleagues did research, for example, with drones, where the drones are flying around doing a mission. They are completely autonomous. And then you come in the room, then the drones have to replan everything because you come in the room, maybe you're in the flight path and they should not collide with you. So they have to recompute all of that. So this is typically something that is a lot of research right now as well. Ethical AI. This is a lot of people also working on that right now. How do we make AI more transparent, more fair? Like, how do we make it accessible for people so that it can be used equally by people who have money, people don't have money, people live in the US or not, and these kind of things. And the big topic that's coming up also is quantum computing, both for AI and for cryptography and security for fintechs. Like, how do we prepare for quantum computing, where the computers are expected to be way more powerful? And also, how do quantum computer will enable more from the algorithms to do data processing? This is something that would be very interesting in the future. Sorry. Here we go. And I would like to finish with this quote from Stephen Hawking, which I think is very, very good and very pertinent here. It just said, like, the rise of powerful AI will either be the best of the worst thing ever to happen to humanity, and we do not know which yet. Um, and it's very true. And I hope it's going to be for the best, but we'll see. Let's all work in that direction at least. Thanks for listening. Is there any question?
Thanks very much, Alex, for the insightful presentation. Before I open the floor up, we received some questions, so I want to pose them to you first. Then
Of course.
on the floor. So the first question that came was, how is it different from automation, AI, in terms of its applications?
Okay, can you repeat? Because someone is coming, so I don't hear it.
The question is, how different is automation from the applications of AI?
Yeah, I mean, who is? I think it's Gloria. Can we mute the person? Yeah. Sorry, Gloria. Thank you. So automation means that you would do a task autonomously, but usually automation would be algorithms that are developed for doing this task. So for example, if I take the field I'm in, if I do automation, I would typically design a mathematical algorithm to reach the goal that I want to do. I would know how it works and I will design it in that optic. If I use AI for doing automation, I will throw at it a lot of data and I will tweak it in the way that it achieves the problem that I have. So I think the big difference is that if you use AI for doing this, you will use a lot of resources to achieve this goal. You might get better results, but you don't really know why you get those results. Why, if you use pure automation, usually you know why you get those results because this is proven mathematically. This is why we reach this conclusion, kind of. And it's also why, for example, if you use automation for recognition, you are very much limited because you don't allow for these margins that AI will provide you with the amount of data you throw at it.
Thank you for that. There is a question in the chat. Can you take that? Then I can also
Yeah.
bring
I
one
have a
up.
question on human AI collaboration, how it works on fintech. What do you mean for how it works in fintech? If you mean, for example, human AI collaboration nowadays that we see is, for example, chatbots support. The first line of support would be typically like AI algorithm answering, and then it will be sent to the human after, maybe provide a summary of the problem to the support person instead of having the person sitting and having the whole conversation with that customer. This is one way you can interact with AI. Another way AI could work in fintech is, for example, when you look at, as I said, trading, credit scoring, and these kind of things. Right now, I don't see that a computer algorithm or AI algorithm will take the decision for you on the credit score. It might change in the future, but typically what happens today is that you would get a very good summary of that person. So let's say I want to buy a house. Then before the person would have to do all the work. Now, if I want to buy the house, the AI algorithm will do all the hard work and then provide a summary to my accountant saying like these are the information. We recommend the credit score to be this number. And then my accountant will take the final decision. Did I answer your question correctly, or did you mean something different? Yeah, sure.
Okay, another question that came up was looking at the path of AI, what would happen in terms of its implication for skill set development or skill set replacement?
Yeah, this is an interesting question. I think that what we see today, and my guess, I mean, it's not my field. I'm not a sociologist, but my guess is that we will lose a lot of these kind of low skill jobs. So all the jobs that did not require very much education and so on will disappear, and then we will have those replaced by higher skilled kind of tasks. One good example is manufacturing. So if you take manufacturing 100 years back, everything was done by hand. And then came in the machines. And then what happened is like at the beginning, the machines were not as good, so they still had a lot of people. But with time, basically, people were phased out of the chain, basically of the manufacturer. But what happened is that those people basically moved up and they moved more to a more control role and taking care of those machines, fixing it, and so on. So I think this is what's going to happen with AI. If you look at programming, for example, what I see right now in my job is that engineers use it for programming. So you would not need as many engineers as you do today. But at the same time, you would need better engineers because they need to understand what's going on. So you will be more productive, but you would need people that are more skilled and trained to use it. So I think that's where it's going. It's gonna phase out all the kind of lower types of jobs, like it did for manufacturing. Got a question from Mohammed. Hi, Alex. How can I deploy AI in complex financial modeling? I mean, this is like something you need to ask someone who knows how to do it. It's not a 2-minute answer. I mean, lots of banks are looking into that right now. It's a lot of parameters. It's a lot of training data. I would say get close to someone who works with these kind of things and try to see how you can get your hands on a good data set to start playing with it. That's where I would start.
Okay, thanks for that. Any more questions from the group? Okay, if not, let me ask another one. In terms of skills development for decision makers or people who are not going to be actually doing the hands-on day-to-day, what are the skill set that they need to invest in?
For decision makers, you mean?
Yes.
Okay. I think it's two types of skill sets. The first one is to learn a little bit about what is AI, not how it works exactly, but then to get this idea of, because there's a lot of buzz right now. And a lot of people are coming and they want to sell you things that maybe, maybe you should not really listen to them. So I would say get a basic training on what is AI, what is ML, to understand what it is about, and then learn how to use the tools because they are very powerful tools. I've been working a lot with the new one on Claude and then ChatGPT, and the newer ChatGPT that was released last week is actually very good in this kind of like, let's say it's not going to take the decision for me, but it's been a very good reflection. Like if you have things you're thinking about, then it's going to raise up a lot of questions as a decision maker. So let's say you're working into doing a business plan for your company right now. You're going to launch a new product. You have a lot of questions. So you can have some feedback on very fast on like what kind of fields you should look into, what kind of competitors are out there. Does what I say make sound or I forgot a part of it? Things like this. So I'd say one is basic understanding, get a simple training, understand what it's about so that you can really, when someone comes with the buzzwords and so on, get it. And then learn how to use it and start using it and then get used to it. It's getting better and better. So, and there are actually AI tools now that are specializing into decision making. They are tailored for helping you making decisions by providing you, it has more information than you right now, even more if it's an area where you haven't worked a lot. So this is going to help a lot decision makers in the future.
Wonderful. There's another question in the chat.
Mm-hmm. How do you see AI transforming the landscape of fintech in the next 5 years? I would say that AI is getting into more and more parts of finance right now. So more things are going to be automated. For example, fraud detection is almost completely automated now. I think in the future it will be completely automated. That as soon as your account has a fraudulent transaction, it's going to be blocked directly. And I mean, we're talking about billions of transactions that are analyzed almost in real time. And so I think more automation is coming. I think more digital services are coming. The traditional banks have a hard time now because people would like to have the fast answer. If you have a problem with your bank and then you have a chatbot answering, you get the answer in 30 seconds. If you have to wait for a human or you have to go to your branch, you have to wait for a few hours. So if you can provide this 30 seconds wait time, I think you will have an edge actually as a fintech company in that area.
There are more questions, so let's take them.
Yeah. Yep. Can you elaborate on the source for synthetic data for fintech? What do you mean by synthetic data? Data that you generated or data that you gathered? Can you be a little bit more clear, Khaled? I'll drop the next question. I'll come back to it.
Okay.
So you have a chance to answer. What are the ethical concerns with AI? As I said in the presentation, bias in the data is the first one. The data set you get for your training is always biased. You need to be aware of this. The Logitech example I gave is one that went all on the news. That let's say, for example, there was a lot of talk about ChatGPT when it went out because it was mostly US centered. So the data they used for training the algorithms was a lot of US websites. There was a lot of like North America content, which means that it was not performing as good for China and the rest of Asia. This is a bias. So that's one thing we need to be aware of, and that from the early stage of the development. And then you also have the concern related to the access to the algorithms and AI to make sure that everyone has the same access to it, everyone has the same chances. And also, how do you make sure that your algorithm is doing things that are legal? How do you make sure that you can prove that the things that it's doing are things that, I mean, how is it for your customer that, like, if you say your credit score is low, can you motivate it? Or, I mean, you can't go back to your customer and be like, no, it's because the AI algorithm said it's low. I mean, not your customer's probably not gonna like that. So that's also one ethical problem that needs to be solved. What are some resources for beginners to get started? There are a lot of very good online courses on AI. It really depends on what you look for. I would just say like Google it. If you want something that's more hands-on, if you want something that's more deep and understand how it really works, it's different MOOCs. I had some of them that were really good. If you look, one I like a lot is on Coursera. It's done by one of the fathers of, I mean, one of the big researchers in AI, actually. He has a lot of different types of courses, which are from introduction to more very technical, very specialized ones.
And also, we have courses as well that you can take advantage of.
Mm.
So
Yeah.
more questions again
So,
here.
so reach out for these. Yeah, it's a lot of content out there.
Yeah.
How can fintech companies leverage machine learning to improve fraud detection and prevention? I mean, they're already doing it. If you look at PayPal today, they are analyzing billions of transactions every second. They are trying to find patterns. They are looking um, into these kind of. So right now, fraud detection is a lot of like big data. Let's analyze big patterns. I think the thing that's going to happen in the future is that we'll get smaller and smaller, meaning that you would go lower in granularity. So we could go basically look for account by account, see things like this is how your day is going. Right now, you're doing a transaction that is not your regular day. Is this something we're going to block or not? And it's something that is coming, is not completely yet here, but it's definitely where it's heading. And that's a very good example of how you could use AI. Tasty data to test models.
He's
I still don't
explaining
get
the
it.
synthetic data, yeah.
Yeah, but the testing data is still a sub part of the data. So basically, when you do an algorithm, you have two ways of doing that. Or you gather information, a lot of information, and then you train your model on that. And then, of course, then you split it into three different types of testing. You have one that's for training, and you have one that's for verifying the training went as it should. And the last one is for testing that everything works. But that's still real data. The thing we hear a lot now is generated data. You can generate a lot more data by yourself and use it for training your algorithm. And this is something that is still being researched because we don't know how it's going to impact really the training.
Okay, the question on the difference between fintech and insurtech. Fintech is a broader concept which look at digital payment, and insurtech, as the name implies, looks more at the insurance aspect. Okay, Martin, there's another question for you.
Yeah, I was saying improvement procurement processes. I am not working in fintech enough to be able to answer that question, I'm afraid. So I'm sorry, I'm gonna jump that one. And the last one. Yeah. The last one, how can blockchain technology and AI work together to provide more secure and efficient transactions? I think you're talking about two different things right now. Blockchain technology is used to ensure the transaction is not fraudulent, but you could use AI on top of that. So these are not mutually exclusive. You don't need AI for blockchain. You don't need blockchain for AI. You can have an algorithm look at the blockchain transactions and detect fraud and things like this. You will not be able to, as it is right now with blockchain, you won't be able to make transactions more efficient by using AI because blockchain by construction needs consensus, and consensus takes time. So yeah.
There's a question of interoperability. I'm not sure what he means by that. the use case.
Interoperability. Yeah, no, I'm not sure either.
Yeah, maybe you can explain more. What do you mean? Are you talking about systems talking to each other or facilitating system to interoperate? Maybe you want to clarify. So I think the general answer is that AI can facilitate those process of interconnecting various systems. But beyond
Yes.
that, we need more clarity to answer that question.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead, please.
So in your presentation,
Mhm.
under challenges, it was mentioned interoperability as a challenge. So that is why I wanted to know what's the use cases of interoperability on AI. Why did you mention interoperability as a challenge for AI?
Okay, in that sense, sure. I mean, each AI algorithm is kind of tailored. So if you take, let's say you have multiple specialized AI models that you want to do different tasks on, how do you connect them together? This is something that is not coming for free, and this is something that usually takes a lot of time. How do you make sure they don't work against each other? How do you take the data from the same, if you have multiple type of models, how do you take the data from the first model, put it in the second model? That's where you have usually also challenges.
I hope that answers your question, yes. Okay, thanks. Yeah. So without much ado, I think we want to say a big thank you to Dr. Martins for his time. Can we all
Thank you
turn our
all.
mics on and give him a big clap, please? Unmute, and let's give him a clap.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thanks, everyone. Enjoy the presentations coming.
Okay, thanks, yes. So we have a poll. We're going to have a series of polls. So let me launch the next one. Back. So please, can we spend some few minutes to go to this poll? Can we see it on screen now? Wonderful. Okay, can we all see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, so without much ado, I want to continue the session. Let me turn my... So my name is Dr. Kwame Ahiabanu, and I'm going to take you through mastering AI and FinTech. So basically, the first presentation took us through what AI is. So during this presentation, I'm going to combine AI and FinTech. Okay. So the application and integration of AI is aimed to improve a variety of FinTech tasks, operations, processes, and systems. So you can look at AI and its ability to impact any task that fintech operators will do, their operations, their processes, and their systems. Now, what are the main benefits of AI? And we are talking practical. The first one is that it's enhancing user experience. So clients of fintech in banks, in payment, insurance, mortgages, trading, investment are now experiencing better and improved customer care through AI. In this case, we are looking at the chatbot that allow you to have access to any issue that you experience almost 24 hours in a day and 7 days in a week. The second use cases that we are seeing is that if you are working in the area of fintech, one of the biggest issue is about fraud and risk. Now, fintech is able to go through the system and flag possible fraudulent activities or issues of concern. And this capability is quite important because if you go through compliance or you're in risk or you are dealing with fraud in fintech, one of the biggest issues is that you have to comb through a lot of transactions. Remember, banks or even payment processes like Visa do millions of transactions every minute. The question is that if you want to humanly comb through all this transaction to look for possible infractions, it's very difficult. So AI is not only automating this process, but more importantly, it's able to decide that, look, this transaction is fraudulent and we should be able to what? Deal with it in a certain manner. The next one is data-driven complex decision-making. Somebody mentioned the issue about investment, trading, and all that. AI, its ability to predict, its ability to ensure that you can validate and go through a lot of data is now a very proven resource when it comes to data-driven and very complex decision-making processes. Now, what are the applications? One popular application is credit scoring. So for those of you who have credit card, this is quite known that for you to get any loan or get a credit card, you need to have your credit score. But for a lot of places in the world, there's no credit score.
Brad offers a new way to optimize large language models and produce more accurate, context-aware, and informative responses from LLMs. Next up, you'll see RAG in action in a workshop delivered by 3 speakers: Juan Pablo Noreña from Canonical, Ron Albulera from Microsoft,
Sorry, let me unmute
Natasha Shankaran from Intel.
Can you? Okay, I did that. Okay. Can you see my screen, please? Hello, can you see my screen?
Yes, you can.
You can, okay. So let me proceed. Okay, so
just press the end button.
Okay. Credit scoring is quite important in terms of AI. So AI is able to use a lot of unstructured data and make meaning out of it. So we are seeing a lot of application of credit scoring when it comes to AI. Fraud detection, as I mentioned, and virtual assistance in terms of customer care. So the key question is that if you want to start your journey of adopting AI, how do you proceed? There's a lot of vendors now selling all kinds of things. So the first thing I tell people is that you have to be very careful in terms of what you buy, because a lot of people are recommending a lot of stuff and some of them are not working. The first one is that you have to identify your use case. So what do you want to use AI for? This has to be very practical. It has to be something which is manageable, and it has to be something which is achievable. And I always encourage you that you don't need to reinvent the wheel. So look for applications that are Somebody have raised your hand. What's the issue? Go ahead, yeah.
Your screen is not moving.
Pardon? It's not moving.
Your screen hanged.
Okay, so let me stop sharing and reshare again. Just a minute.
Excuse me, there can be an Excel file that might be open, which is causing this issue. This is an
Yes.
macro issue.
Yes, I'll deal with it. So just give me a few seconds. Yeah. Whilst I'm doing that, let me launch a poll. Sorry. Let me launch a poll whilst you wait for me to source the tag. I'll be with you shortly. Yeah. Okay, here we go. Can you see my screen?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, so. Okay, so I was talking about the use cases are very important. So you need to make sure that your use cases are defined and make it achievable and make sure that you're following industry practice. Then the next one, you have to set clear goals. You cannot achieve everything at a goal. So you need to say that, look, today we want to integrate AI in this aspect of our fintech operation, and tomorrow we can deal with the other ones. Another big challenge in the integration is that you have existing systems. So the question is, are you going to replace them or is it going to add on to what you have? So it's very critical to look at how you can integrate it into the existing systems. For a lot of fintech operations, especially the big ones like banks where they have legacy systems, it's quite very difficult to do some of these integrations. But for the newer and smaller ones, it's quite easy. Obviously, for every strategy, you want to be monitoring, you want to be refining as you go along. Now, one of the big issue in fintech is that, or in financial payment, if you're in this area, is that regulations is always very key. You cannot get up and say you have a bright idea and want to start implementing. So, Ahmed, you want to mute yourself. So it's quite critical that you look at regulatory issues when it comes into fintech and AI applications. So transparency is very important, fairness, data privacy, accountability, and the idea about balancing innovation and consumer protection. So this idea about regulation is not only for fintech operators, but also central banks or monetary regulators who are now still looking at how do we regulate fintech, and also, which is quite innovating, and also somebody is on, can you mute yourself? And also innovation. So the challenge is about how to balance innovations and also regulations, because without regulations, there's going to be a lot of challenges for consumers. But at the same time, we want to innovate. So the balancing act is very key. Now, the challenges. Data privacy is quite important. For anybody who have done anything in AI, it's all about data. Your sources or your failure or otherwise in terms of AI is about data. So once you're going to train the algorithm using data, the question is that under what condition do you acquire this data? Under what condition do you use this data? Do you tell the users that you're using their data? Do you ensure that each of the applications that you are driving at have element of protection for privacy? So this is very important. And if we don't work on the privacy issue, a lot of consumers will not be willing and able to give up their data. And if we don't have the data, we cannot achieve what AI can do. Biases. I think the previous speaker mentioned that a lot of the systems are designed in North America. So when you go to the other part of the world, there are biases in the data. And it means that when people are consuming the AI product, it may be delivering results which are not fair to them. So that's one big issue in terms of its biases. Security concerns. Today, there is a lot of disinformation, misinformation, and also issues about people. There was a story that somebody created a Zoom call with somebody's bank and was able to get approval for millions of dollars using AI. So it now comes that when fintech operators are doing their work, they have to ensure that they look into how they can protect their product and services, because AI can come in and assume the characteristic of a human, especially when these days a lot of our transactions are digital. You don't meet the person face to face. So that's a very big issue. Ethical implications are very important. If, for example, an AI product is going to replace somebody in the workplace, what does that mean? What are some of the issues in terms of decision making? Do you reserve the decision making for the AI, or it has to be a human base? Regulatory compliance is quite important. AI is not cheap. That's what a lot of people don't realize. It's very expensive. And more importantly, consume a lot of electricity. So there's issue about cost of implementation. Skill set is quite a big issue. We have challenges in terms of fintech skills already. And now when you come to talk about fintech and AI, those skill sets are also not really available. Now the use cases, I think somebody mentioned. The first one I want to share with you It's about how this company use AI to improve underwriting decisions. So they have data points, and I keep on saying that data is important. If there's one big takeaway from today's course, you have to remember that to be successful in application of AI in any other field, including fintech especially, it's about data. So based on their data point, they were able to increase loan approval for customers who were traditionally not served by the conventional credit scoring systems by 15%. Very huge. Hi, doctor. Okay. Now, they were also able to reduce loan defaults by 30%. So that is also quite huge in terms of, can you mute yourself? Okay. Okay, so it means that one of the most popular use case of AI today is about credit underwriting. And maybe during the discussion, I want to hear from you, your industry in the fintech side and how you're using this. The second case study, which is very popular, is chatbots. So usually if you have an issue with your bank or your insurance company or your digital payment provider, you always want to call somebody, they'll answer and they'll try to help you. But these days, you're seeing chatbots who are able to answer the questions, provide account updates, detect any transaction that they believe that is not legit. And this is all happening in real time. So this is a very important use case of AI, and it's quite popular. So we can say that 90% of most of the use of AI in fintech is around how to give a better experience to clients or customers. Now, you need to understand that those chatbots have now acquired the ability to respond like a human. So when you ask them a question, they will not respond to it in a manner that's like you're talking to a machine. It's just like you are interacting with any other human being. Yes. Also, they're able to offer personalized financial insights. Everybody have different financial requirements. Maybe somebody, they want a loan, somebody wants a mortgage, somebody wants investment, somebody wants insurance. And these chatbots are able to look at the customer data and design personalized products that will help them achieve their financial goals. Another use case is this group based in China. Again, they use AI and big data to assess creditworthiness by analyzing financial transactions of their users. More importantly, which is unique, is that they added social behaviors. They look at how you shop, what you do on social media to determine your credit score. And this was able to be done through the use of AI. And it means that instantly, millions of users who did not have traditional credit histories were now able to consume digital loans or loans in China. And this has helped with financial inclusion. So in conclusion, our industry, which is broadly speaking, financial industry, is changing. Fintech has come in to do a lot of changes already, and AI is adding to it. So the speed of innovation is increasing. And what does that mean? We have efficiency, we have better customer experiences, we have financial inclusion. Fraud detection has increased. Personalized services is quite important because, as I mentioned, individuals have different unique needs and wants. And all this means that we are having processes being automated and faster decision making. But the key is that we need to advocate for responsible use of AI, focus on transparency, data privacy. And the good news is that if you're in this class, you're at the right place, because AI and fintech is going to be a marriage that's going to last into the future. And by taking the first step, you're on that path to ensure that you're not left behind, because the area is fast moving and you need to be sure that you're up and running with it. Thank you very much. Any questions? Let me stop sharing the screen now. So I want to take questions at the stage. Or comments. Okay, let me go into the chat. Do you have any questions? Okay, I take it there's no question here. So let me launch an poll again. Then we'll have our first group discussion. Yes, the question is that you'll be having access to all the presentations and the recordings as well. They'll be made available. Okay, I've launched the next poll. Then after that, we have a group discussion. We break into two groups and have discussion. Okay, so we also have our next speaker in our midst. Varun, how are you doing?
I'm good, thanks.
Oh, okay. Are you able to share your screen?
Let me just do that quickly. Oh,
okay, wonderful. So welcome, Varun. So this morning we started the presentation by looking at AI. Then I just dive into how AI can work in fintech. So this is a very perfect time to have your presentation. So over to you.
all right. So I quickly, start by introduction, right? So I am heading a company called AI Veda, and I did my graduation from Northwest in computer science, right? And then I bring in almost like 20 years of experience in data processing, data services. And for the last 8 years, I have been doing a lot of AI, ML implementations, specifically in fintech, domain. Right. Then there was a small subset of like telecom that I got into predictive analytics or the workload management, and so that is what my expertise is all into, right? So I'll dive into some of the challenges and then issues that are there with implementing AI solutions as we speak right now, because AI is something which is adopting, which is like the next technology or the next big thing which everybody is creating a buzz about, but it has been in the making. So there's a core element of core AI as well as there's an element of Gen AI, right? So biggest challenge right now with AI implementation is the dependency of data quality. Because when we talk about fintech data, right, you are limited by your geographies, you are limited by your regulations. And then there are different bankings, like for example, Islamic banking is one of the biggest, banking which is out there, right? So how do you medley that, right? So that becomes a bigger challenge than implementing your AI solutions. So once you have identified your data quality challenges, then you have a very compelling use case wherein your predictive AI is your so somebody muted. All right. So I was telling about dependencies on the data quality issue, right? So once your data quality challenges are, you have a very compelling use cases, or you have a very compelling insights into your data, which can be by plugging in various models, you can get a lot of insights, which can show you your existing, your futuristic approach, or what needs to be changed, what sort of fraud activities that have been happening inside, like inside the bank or inside the financial institute, can be toned down. The next challenge comes is a regulatory challenge, because right now AI is in the making, and generative AI is something which a lot of countries are not very sure of how to, what sort of regulations do we have. Like, for example, Europe is not right now adopting to a lot of regulatory around Gen AI specifically, but US and rest of the world is, are very big markets where people are exploring use cases, and then regulatory is coming out with different ways, right? So, like, for example, India is promoting responsible AI. Like, don't eliminate the human element, just focus how human element can be taken care of. So that's the regulatory challenges, because we don't have a policy in place. Then again, standardization is another one, wherein regulations across the borders have to be standardized in order for data to interact. Because if you don't have those standardizations, you really don't expose the data, especially with cloud adoption and AI ML in place. You really need to restrict, or the countries are specific to restrict the data flows across boundaries, across geographies. So that is something that is again a bigger challenge that needs to be looked into before we have compelling AI/ML use cases, right? And then the last is lack of skilled talent. It's a very niche area. It's a very upcoming and requires a lot of specialization. And there are PhDs, doctors who are doing a lot of research around this area. So they are specialized into providing you insights on how the model will behave. But again, developers and your architects will be required to upskill so that they understand how the data processing has to be done for everybody to get insights into what the financial data is all about, right? So once the challenges are identified, we have identified, and they are standardized, we can look into various ways how AI is gaining traction in your financial sector, right? So financial sector is one of the most I'll say adoptive in terms of when it comes to data insights, because a lot of data is generated. Petabytes of data across the world is getting generated on a daily basis, right? That is where you get a lot of data driven insights. If I have data and the data is standardized, streamlined, without issues, I can make a lot of insights on across the borders, what transaction is happening where, if the transaction is valid, if the insights that I have got are accurate, and then what compelling threats can I safeguard my own institute against. So data driven insights is something in financial sector that really is giving you insights by AI/ML adoption, right? And it gives you enhanced decision making as well. And when I say enhanced decision making, you have so much deep insight into your own data set that you can see what sort of transaction has happened, and what is the trend or pattern. If you need to look into anomaly detection, that would be a simple use case, because everything till now has been driven using BI insights. So business intelligence insight is what all businesses are relying on, including all the financial institutes. But with AI adoption, making enhances, because you get to see the data from all the holistic angles, wherein your decision making is pretty rapid and pretty robust to safeguard against or mitigate any fraudulent transactions, right? So next point is risk management and fraud detection. Because you have these insights, your risk management becomes robust, and then AI in certain cases is taking decision that I am confident that the particular transaction is fraudulent, and that AI is stopping that transaction then and there. It could be 24/7 that your engines are running, providing you insights, and then making decisions on your behalf. And if the decisions are not correct, you will get a report that human intervention is required for me to may take a corrective action on those particular elements to prevent fraud that might happen or that could be in the making, right? And then again, regulatory compliances, since regulatory comes out with a lot of insights that they need on an institute, they can rely on AI elements and see certain, like all the regulatory, if the institute is compliant to the regulatory that has been in place, right? And then all this has actually happened because of the technology advancement. Because when I started like almost 8-9 years ago into AI/ML space, that time we were limited, or the biggest challenge was infrastructure. How could we scale up? How can we have so much of compute power in the processing or in making, right? Because that time everybody was focused on in-house setup. Servers had to be physically procured, and then you had to think of the business hours, like once at the end of the day you had to process everything, and then before the start of next day you had to give insights on the data. So that was another challenge. And now with rapid cloud adoption, AI elements or AI processing has become so near real time that you can actually provision the infrastructure on the spot instances, or scaling up is pretty easy. And then you can get a lot of insights, and compute power can exceptionally be thrown at so many data elements. So you can get like your fuzzy logics in place. You can get so many different models in parallel working on the same data, crunching different outcomes and showing you different ways the data is processed during a particular day, so that before the business, what challenges you might be facing today, or what sort of predictive volumes have been given by the system to you. And once that all is identified, you have an improved efficiency, and then your business efficiency or your the goals or the frauds actually go down. And then you can focus on how you can improve your CSAT scores, the customer satisfaction scores, because everything the AI has provided you is in turn providing you next steps on your customer improvement strategy, right? So that is where how AI is gaining traction in the financial sector. So I'll quickly talk about conversation banking, because that is one of the products that we have built. I'll not go into the product specific, but again, the idea here is that why conversation banking? Because like the consumer right now can actually access their banking 24/7, right? And if I need any insights, I don't need to wait for human intervention. I can use my Gen AI models that are context driven, and then the context and NLP combination can provide a lot of insights to the customer where they don't have to rely on any human intervention. And it could be like a simple example that if I need to look at a transaction maybe 3 years in history, if I have to do it right now, I need to call up the bank, or maybe submit a manual request to get that kind of a report. But with conversation banking, I can just ask the question in a like the way everybody is talking to GPT. So the same way, I can just have the conversation with the bank, and the data that is extracted will give me insights on my queries any time of the day, and no human intervention is required. And it can be a self-serve context based, because right now the banking bots are mostly cache based. And when I say cache based, it has to be like a workflow has to be created. But with AI elements, the workflows need not be predefined. It can be generated on the fly, and you get insights on the fly on your data set itself, right? And hence it is again improving your customer retention and loyalty when you have like give them real time insights into your banking or your financial institutes insights, right? Then another area I would like to touch upon is the AI driven fraud analytics. So these are the fraud analytics apps we have built over the years, which gave us insights on anomaly detection, which gave us insights on any cross-border payments, on any anti-money laundering that has happened, any compliance, regulatory. So we have been across all the elements of the bank, wherein we were tasked to prevent or tasked to identify, prevent, or report any fraud that could be happening on the fly. And for that, we have used a lot of again AI/ML insights. So a simple example I'll give right now is we got data insights for 6 months of credit card issuance, and we ran a k-means cluster on top of it. And cluster basically was supposed to give us insights on the data which is in India, all the data elements, all the locations which were supposed to be in India. But there were a few transactions which were out of Indian territory, from Singapore and from Middle East. We just simply reported those transactions, and investigation was done, and it was deemed that they were fraud transactions. So we did not do any sort of intervention. We just ran the models, and the model gave us data insights, right? And we just reported the transactions. And again, when the bank did their investigation, they were precisely able to say that they were invalid transactions, and they took appropriate actions as to what they were supposed to do. So this is the kind of insights, when you simply run any model on the data that is clean, that is properly formulated, you get so many insights, which again, human, regular BI or human intervention can't really depict. So these models help you depict and predict at the same time, right? Sorry. So again, real-time fraud detection, because the technology has advanced so much that you get real-time insights into your data. As and when the fraudulent transaction is happening, you can stop the system right then and there, and the AI models in place can give you flags wherein they are able to predict and depict at the same time, and prevent the fraud that might happen. Right? Pattern recognition anomalies, again, is something that we used to have BI-based models built specifically to look for patterns. Like it could be, if a card has been used in X location and in an R, it is being used in Y location, it's a fraud. So that is something that anybody can depict. But with cloning of a credit card, right, you can track different geographies as well. If the card is being cloned and used in, let's say, some geography in Africa or somewhere in US, the same card, then stop the transaction because it's a fraud transaction, and let AI take over that precedence and make the decision on your behalf to stop that particular transaction to happen. Right? Sorry. Again, so once all those is done, then you have your identity verification and biometrics, which is again your facial recognition, pattern recognition, your device recognition. Everything can be fed into models, and the models will again take precedence in a matter of seconds. That are you authorized to use your devices in this geography or not? Right. So that's more or less on what the AI fraud analytics all about. Right. So I'll move to Q&A. If you guys have any questions, any insights that you would like to get on.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I have a question on your cross-channel fraud detection method. So basically, in every channel, there are some transactional features and, modalities. So let's say card system, one is card system, another one is, let's say, SWIFT system. So in both the channel, even customers' transaction behavior is also different. So how would your AI determine whether the behavior on card system actually detect whether that particular customer is doing something fraud in the wire transfer or SWIFT system?
Okay. To simply put it that, right, so there's a use case we are working on, which is a context-based bot, right? So when you are integrating different systems, you have to have a context which standardizes the data. And once your data is standardized, you get a lot of insights. Because right now, again, your compute powers are improving, and then you have a lot of computational engines, or, if cloud adaptability is something you can go with, then you have a win-win situation, because your context will be able to provide you insights on any data which is like not even standardized. You standardize that through the context, and then you feed the data set into your models which are pre-trained, and then you get anomalies detected and reported at the same time. So any further insights on that?
Yes, we have some prior questions. So the question goes this way. Assuming somebody wants to consume the service that you just described, internally, what are the processes that they need to do before coming to a vendor like yourself?
See, internal processing wise, I'll say data standardization has to be done, right? And then so you can look at the off-the-shelf models which are available in which are open models, right? And right now, again, a lot of companies are providing the models like your TensorFlows or PyTorch is another one that you can use and feed your test set, train set. So your splits have to be done on a standardized data. And if again you don't know what exactly your split should be, or what standardization has to be done, then you need to work backwards before you feed the data to your model. And when I say backward, if let's say there's some data which has blanks, you need to plug in the values for those blanks for the data to be standardized, or you need to formulate a bucket that this is an exception, and then you need to have your biases in place, where again you need to filter out certain data sets, or plug in the values before you start processing that data.
Okay, thank you very much. Another question that came was about cost of implementation. How do you balance costs and benefits, or make a value proposition for decision-making process in terms of the use cases? Yes.
Okay, see, cost proposition, I'll say, okay, it has to be, any institution reputation depends on, are we able to provide customer satisfaction? And customer satisfaction only can come in if I know that my money is secure in a financial institute, right? So cost benefit analysis is something that, that's again, can't be stated as of now, but again, the value prop that we can look at is that start small, get insights on the data, and then you can target the bigger, picture. Because some of the banks that we are involved with are working on the core banking. So they got us involved on the core banking, that at any cost, identify any fraudulent transactions, give us insights, and then, flag those transactions. And then now we are in the midst of making an AI-driven eKYC process for some of the banks in Africa.
Okay, thank you very much. There's a question in the chat. I don't know if you can respond to that. What opportunity does AI-driven fintech offer for small and medium-sized businesses?
Medium-sized businesses?
Yes, small to medium-sized businesses.
Small to medium. Okay. See, okay. So now the trend, small to medium-sized companies bring in a lot of specialization in AI ML, because we again are in the same category, and then the customer that we are working with are all large, because they are organized in such a way, right, that their decision making and the kind of latency in the decision making is huge. So they come to us with a problem statement, and then our turnaround time, our specialization in the area gives them more, quick turnaround. And then the value again is how soon can we implement, and then that is where the advantages for small and medium companies is that you have to have a specialization, and then focus on niche areas of how your solution or how your learnings in this specific area can be implemented to a broader paradigm.
Okay, the last question from my end will be on regulations. How do you navigate this whole idea of fintech being a very regulated area, and some of this new product that's coming in? Do you usually get regulatory approval, or is done within the current licensing, or what have you?
See, regulation wise, there are two elements to it. So if I talk about core AI, right? Core AI is your decision learning networks or your RMMs. So CNN, RMM, all the
And just
other
stop a minute.
data.
Hello, Varun, just stop a minute. Somebody, I need to unmute somebody. I'm not sure who. Mute. Okay. Okay, go ahead now. We can hear you.
All right. So regulation wise, right? So right now in the core, so there are two elements to it, right? First is your core AI ML, which is again models that are available that anybody can use, and you can customize the models on the base models which are available, and the research that the doctors are doing in this specific area. Those models are free to use, and then there is no regulatory requirements around that. But the second element, the generative part of it, right? Gen AI is something that is comparatively new, and not a lot of regulation has been formulated around that. And then right now, only 4 or 5 companies are controlling that element. The small companies like us, what we have done is we have taken the subset or the base model. We have trained some element of our requirements on banking and fraud analytics on this using the same models, and then scaling it up right now. Because if I scale it to a context or to the levels of ChatGPT, that requires millions and millions of dollars of investment, which a small company really can't afford. Right. So regulation is something which is being worked upon in the Gen AI space. But again, other than that, core AI, ML, there is no regulation, and we need not even be worried about regulations on those areas because it's our own data set, and then we are just processing it through models.
Okay, thanks very much for that. Any more questions or comments? And please, if you're not talking, mute yourself. Any questions? Any more questions? Okay, so on this note, we can now unmute or turn our camera on to say a big thank you to Varun. So let's do that. Let's hear a big thank you from everyone.
Thank you.
Great presentation, Varun.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys, for listening in.
Wonderful. So at this stage, we are going to go through our first group discussion.
Thank you.
Okay, that's a good one.
Thank you so much, Varun.
I've said that Nigeria is not short on technical solutions, both past.
Okay, so can we now all go back to mute, and we want to do our first group discussions. So we are going to have 2 groups. And in the group, when you get into a group, you have somebody who can facilitate the discussion for you and somebody who will take notes. And we are going to have a discussion on the 3 presentations that we have had so far. What is your major takeaway? What are the major issues that you pick up? And more importantly, how can you apply this in your various work situation? I hope this assignment is clear. So I'm now going to have us go into 2 groups. Any questions before we go?
Can you please repeat the topic?
So we are going to have 2 groups. And in each group, please appoint your leader or a facilitator, and also have somebody who will take notes, or if the facilitator can take notes also. So you discuss the 3 presentations we have so far, what issues that were important to you, 2, what can you apply in your work environment, and 3, going forward, what are some of the useful elements that you picked from the discussion? We are now on the top of the hour. So let's do this for the next 15 minutes or 15 to 20 minutes, yes. Let me see, there are messages in there. Okay. So we're going to the groups, break rooms. So we have 2 groups. It's going to assign you automatically. Hello, are you having your discussions? Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, you can.
Yes. So are you having your discussions?
I think I've not yet been assigned a breakout room.
You have not been assigned. Oh, that's interesting. Okay, let me assign. Sure. So unassigned participant.
Hello? Hello? Can you hear me now? I can't even hear you. I don't know what's the problem. I don't know what's the problem. Hello? I don't hear anything. What is really the problem? It's not leaking.
It's only me that we have unmuted out of all the. It's only me and you that we have unmuted our mic.
Yes.
The rest of people in the group, they are not.
And what is the problem? How can we rectify the problem now?
Probably they are not there. All right.
Okay, they are not there.
Probably they are just maybe people at home. They are not just participating. Okay, so from my own end, since it's a group discussion, you will be a facilitator. Let me just express myself. Okay.
What should I?
So from my own end.
What do we? What do we disconnect and reconnect again? How can we reconnect and disconnect and reconnect
I'm okay like this. What we can do is to send message to the group. Okay, so for example, I have mania. Okay, we can send message to the group. If we can do, I can chat them. So please unmute. I will unmute and let's discuss. Okay, so maybe that would be so. I've sent to Mana. So let me see. I have a lot of people here, they are just not in, they're not just not active. I don't know why. Okay. Maybe at the time okay. That's a breakout group. This is just one side.
Hello, everybody.
You're welcome. We are having a
I
group.
hope you're doing well.
Can you hear me? Dr. Wab?
Yes.
Yes, we are having
Yeah,
a group discussion. We are having a group discussion. So you have to give us a few minutes for the group to reconvene.
Okay, no problem. No problem. You're welcome. Okay. Do you see my my screen, shared screen?
Yes, I can see your screen, yes.
Okay, great.
Okay, so I'll close down the groups very soon and we'll come back to the main. Yes.
So 5 minutes?
Yes, 5 minutes, yes.
Okay,
But
okay.
it's due to start at 12, so which is quite soon, so we'll get that.
Okay.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back from the group session. I hope everybody's back into the main room now. Without much ado, I want to introduce our next speaker, who is going to take us to transforming finance, the power of AI and fintech. So over to you, Doc.
Do you hear me? Hi, everybody.
Yes, we can hear you.
All right. Now, can you see me? Can you see me?
Yes, we can see you as well.
Okay, great. So let's start today with a presentation on transforming finance and the power of AI in fintech. So let's move through. Today we're going to see these themes. We're going to have introduction to artificial intelligence in fintech, and then the key technologies driving change. There are machine learning, NLP, and computer vision. And then we're going to move to the application in finance, which is the topic of this session. Then we're going to move to the challenges and ethical consideration. And finally, last but not the least, the future of AI in fintech, where we're going to go through the trends, opportunities, and global perspectives. So let's start with the introduction to AI and fintech industry. So by the first definition I choose the definition So the AI, artificial intelligence, refers to the simulation of human intelligence in machines that are programmed to think and learn like humans. The ancestor of the AI is machine learning. So it's a derivative of machine learning. Now, the definition of fintech. Fintech is financial technology, encompasses a broad range of technologies that aim to enhance or automate financial services and processes. We have a brief history of AI adoption in finance. So the early application of the AI or machine learning on fintech, on financial technology, algorithms trading around early 2000s, the year 2000s. What is the landscape of AI, fintech, in 2024? We have major players, key players, companies that include PayPal. Everybody knows PayPal, Square, Stripe, and Robinhood. These are the companies, the key players of the industry, of the fintech industry. The market size is estimated in 2025 by Statista to $305 billion. So this is a huge stake to consider. So what are the drivers of fintech innovation? First, as I mentioned before, machine learning, the algorithms that improve through experience. So we're gonna make the machine speak, and develop like humans, articulate things like humans. Natural language processing, the NLP, that enables machines to understand and interpret human language, which is commonly used by search engines, mainly the Google. The computer vision is based on vision, allows machines to interpret and make decisions based on visual data. And then we have the RPA, which is the robotic process automation. Automates repetitive tasks using software robots. Let's start with machine learning and fintech overview. By definition, machine learning is a subset of AI focused on developing algorithms that enable computers to learn from data. So everything is data. What is the importance of that? It enhances decision-making, increases efficiency, and reduces costs in finance. Also, we have the credit scoring in machine learning. Example, the Upstart. Everybody knows what is Upstart. It's a large platform, freelance platform, a lending platform, uses machine learning models to assess creditworthiness based on alternative data sources. So anyone who is blacklisted will be automatically blacklisted. So we won't waste time to see if that person is able to work with us or not. The benefits is fast approvals, with reduced biases, and credit scoring. And also, we have the machine learning applications for fraud detection. As I mentioned previously, so this fast way to detect fraud and misuse of any platform, electronic platform, will be detected. One of the most examples for this is FeedSight real-time risk management, which offers a large set of services in fraud detection. So analyzes transaction data to flag potential fraud. So any misuse or previous misuse will be interpreted as a fraud, and as a consequence, the person or the organization will be banned. So it avoids a lot to organizations, specifically banks and insurances, and makes them save money and gain time and gain competitive advantage, by the way. So the benefit decreases false positives, enhances real-time detection. Now the NLP, natural language processing in fintech. So by definition, the NLP, natural language processing in fintech, is a branch of AI, artificial intelligence, that helps computers understand, interpret, and respond to human language. So the significance here facilitates customer interactions in data analysis and finance. So its application for the NLP, we have Bank of America's Erica, which is the common IAS, information system chatbots, and virtual assistants. One common example of them with Bank of America's Erica that provides customers with personalized financial advice and assistance. So the benefit is to be here for 24/7 availability, reduce operational costs considerably. Also, we have a sentiment analysis. These chatbots, sentiment analysis for trading. So actually, banks are traders also. So trading algorithms use social media sentiment. So we're going to collect data on social media and see the impact on trading. So leveraging platforms like Twitter, X, to gauge public sentiment and predict stock movements. So it applies to the financial market too. So impact on trading decisions, then form trading strategies based on real-time sentiment analysis. So this is very important for traders. Now, computer vision and fintech. Definition, the computer vision is technology that enables computers to interpret and make decisions based on visual data. So we're going to interpret the visual data and based on which we will make our decision. So importance is it enhances security and efficiency in various financial operations. KYC, and identity verification. We have ocular verification now, but we have the example of Anfido's AI-powered identity verification. We're going to verify your identity before you access your account, you access anything else related to your financial management or asset management or anything else. Also, you can access with these kind of chatbots. Faster onboarding and reduce incredibly the risk of fraud and misuse of your information. Also, we have the check processing. We will verify that we are able to use the check, or is there any money in that account? So we will verify that the check is conform to the bank's regulations. For instance, here is the example of the Bank of America's mobile check deposit feature. Uses optical character recognition to process checks via mobile devices. So the benefits are common, convenience and speed for users. So it's convenient and fast. Now, the robotic process automation, the RPA in fintech. Definition. Software, these RPA, they are software technology. This is software technology that automates highly repetitive routine tasks normally performed by human interacting with digital systems. So according to this definition, we have to automate highly repetitive routine tasks. For instance, logging into your account, checking your account, trading, everything that is repeatedly, you are doing it repeatedly. So it reduces operational costs and errors. So the application of the RPA, robotic process automation, see automated underwriting. So here the example with paying and insurances, automated underwriting system. So when you underwrite, the system for underwriting is fully automized, utilizes RPA to streamline the underwriting process. So the benefits is the faster processing times and improved accuracy. Regulatory compliance with the RPA application. Here is the example of each species AI-powered compliance system, which is automating compliance checks to meet regulatory requirements. We're going to see further that regulatory are different. There are 3 blocks of nations that have different regulations. They are technically developed, but in their regulation brought difference. The benefits of enhances efficiency and reduces compliance costs. So what's about the EI in personal finance management? We're talking about finance, about banks, mainly insurances. But what about the impact of AI on personal finance management? Well, these are tools that help users, simple users, single users, manage their finances effectively. They are robo-advisors, automated platforms, providing investment advice based on algorithms. They are personalized financial planning tools, kind of apps that analyze spending and saving patterns. We have the case study of Wealthfront's AI-driven investment management. Well, the key features: automated tax loss harvest, personalized portfolio allocation. The benefits: we have lower fees, enhanced investment strategies. The AI in algorithmic trading. As I mentioned previously, we use AI also in trading, which is very important. So what are the key features? So 3 main features. The high frequency trading, that our algorithms execute orders and extremely high speeds. They are predictive. They give predictive analytics for market, and they utilize historical data to predict future price movements. In any commodity, we have this traceability of data that can automatically give us a broad idea, a clear idea, a rapid and clear idea about the trends, the current and future trends. Of course, this is estimation. We have the case study where Renesas Technologies Medallion Fund. So this Medallion Fund, known as quantitative trading strategies powered by AI and machine learning. One of the key achievements is high return over decades. So the man who knew the life and times of Alan Greenspan. So these Renesas Technologies helped many traders develop their assets. We cannot talk about AI without dealing with insurance, which is the second part of the fintech, the application of artificial intelligence and the finance technologies, recent finance technologies trends, insurtech. So we consider AI insurance as insurtech. They are risk assessment techniques, AI models that evaluate risk profiles more accurately, claims processing, and they are improving streamlining claims with automated systems. The case study of Lemonade's AI-powered insurance platform. The key features, so fast claims processing, AI-driven underwriting, and the success metrics, the high customer satisfaction ratings. So also we have information and feedback. Now let's move to the AI in blockchain and cryptocurrency. They are not by definition, but commonly known as smart contracts, self-executing contracts with the terms written into code. The fraud detection in cryptocurrency transactions. So the AI systems or trends in AI systems that monitor and analyze blockchain transactions for anomalies. Here the case study of chain analysis, blockchain analysis tool. So this tool provides for government and businesses to monitor cryptocurrency transactions. So the impact is to enhance security and compliance in crypto transactions. So what are the ethical considerations in AI-driven fintech? We have seen the AI on banking, on insurance, and cryptocurrency. What are the ethical considerations? We have bias and fairness, so addressing the potential bias in AI algorithms, which are not perfect because we designed this, we humans designed this. And then we have transparency and explainability. So the importance of understanding AI decision-making processes. Also, the regulatory landscape for AI in fintech. So current regulations, they are lacking many, they have many traps, let's say, and many not clear rules. So we have 3 blocks of nations. So these block of nations, they're the most developed in technology, in matter of technology, North America, Europe, and Southeast Asia. Each of block, they have their own regulations. So we consider that GDPR, they are governing AI use and finance. The future regulatory trends, the predictions on emerging regulations. So we cannot. We always predict with AI, we are living to predict. Of course, prediction is not always correct, 100%, but we always tend to predict. AI in cybersecurity and fintech. Cybersecurity is one field that that is covered by AI, and especially linked to fintech industry. So we have many, as we are online, we have many threats. So we need AI that enables the detection capabilities, the AI systems that monitor for unusual activity and potential breaches. Also, we have to implement adaptive security measures, machine learning algorithms that adapt defenses based on new threats. A study of the Dark Traces AI-powered cybersecurity. The key feature of that company, of that chatbot, or AI-based self-learning AI that detects and responds to cyber threats in real time. Of course, we cannot respond to all the threats, but we try to respond to the most known or the most lethal of these menaces. Well, the success outcame significant reduction in the response time to incidents. So we also here we gain time. We predict and gain time. Remember, we have 2 common patterns emerging from the AI fintech, prediction and time. So we gain competitive advantage wide investment in this. The future of AI in fintech emerging trends. We have two major trends in the future of AI. First, we have the quantum computing in finance, revolutionizing data processing capabilities. Second, the edge AI for real-time processing. Also, the time is very important matter to deal with when we are arguing or we are looking for the impact of AI on fintech, the performance of AI computations on devices, the faster their responses. What are the challenges in AI adoption for fintech? Of course, the AI for fintech is an information system. So we need to know first steps, what are the key success factors or the key that influences the adoption of the fintech, adoption of these technologies. First, we have the data privacy concerns, risks associated with handling sensitive financial data. And then we have integration with legacy systems. We have difficulties in merging new AI solutions with existing infrastructure. So we have infrastructure in some locations in the world. We have locations that are, they have not equipped, they're not well equipped with the proper infrastructure to deal with the development of the AI. The access to internet, the bandwidth, they are common challenges for these locations. So if we start to talk about the challenges, of course, we have opportunities. Any challenge is an opportunity or many opportunities to deal with technology or AI and fintech. So there are many opportunities for fintech startups. Remember that all the companies, they started at the startup level and then they became global corporations. We will see next sample of companies that became global corporation. So niche AI applications, identifying unique market gaps for AI solutions. Many market gaps to be reached by these startups. So these are considered as opportunities. The collaboration with traditional financial institutions. So they partnership with for their mutual benefit. So if we speak about the gaps that startups can make it, we speak about shortage, AI skills, and gap also. So the demand for AI talent is growing. So the need for skilled professionals in AI data science is growing internationally. The upskilling and reskilling initiatives, these are programs designed to train existing employees. So anybody else in a couple coming years, anybody else who don't know about the AI, who is not using the AI, who don't know how to program, how to deal with AI, specifically in the finance industry, in the financial technology industry, they'll be simply out. What are the global AI in fintech? So, as I mentioned previously, there are 3 blocks. So we have regional differences. In North America, leading in AI investment and innovation. They are leading with investment and innovation. In Europe, there are strong regulatory frameworks supporting AI. However, in Asia Pacific, Southeast Asia, the rapid adoption and growth in fintech ecosystems. So 3 main different locations, the most developed in the world, locations in this field. The case study of Ant Group's AI-powered financial ecosystem in China. So the Ant Group powered financial ecosystem in China And remember, in China, they are the early adopters. If we consider the Rogers curve, they are the early adopters of AI, specifically for fintech industry. So the comprehensive ecosystem integrating payments, lending, and insurance. So you cannot pay if you don't use these systems. You will be simply out. And you have a citizen score. If you misuse one time, you can't use your credit card, anything related to finance. So that's why China is considered one of the countries that adoption is very, very fast. The millions of users, 100 millions of users with seamless financial services. So what is the impact on financial inclusion, expanding access to financial services? So AI solutions enabling access for underserved populations. We can secure these kind of services maybe freely because the costs are close to zero, and you can reach as much as you can of any population else. But also, and again, you need to know and consider and take into consideration that there are many challenges. On the top of them, the bandwidth, the access to internet, the adoption, the regulatory framework, and so on. So using AI to assess creditworthiness in emerging markets. So we don't need to go through due diligences anymore. We will have the information direct in one click. We have the information. So this company or organization cannot pay. They are blacklisted or something like that. So it facilitates things for banking industry. We have Thales AI-driven, this case study. Thales AI-driven micro-lending in emerging markets. Tala is a company that raised the most company in 2021. Tala has raised $145 million in Series A in partner with Bank of America. So this mobile app using the AI to evaluate credit risk. So automatically, we're going to evaluate what kind of risk, what is your risk as bank. The impact of accessible credit for millions in developing regions. The investment in fintech, in a fintech, venture capital trends. What are the trends? So if we describe it as a trend, or the trends for investing in AI fintech, we have venture capital firms investing like Anderson and Horowitz. We have investment volumes and notable deals because of the rise of demand for AI, for fintech, and these services. There is a need for investment volumes, high volumes, recent funding rounds. Excuse me. And implications. To conclude, the AI power the future of finance. Of course, AI is a newly term for many, but AI is very ancient. A game changer in fintech. So they transform how we manage money, making services smarter and more personalized. But the journey continues. The AI just getting started and get ready for exciting things and innovations that will reshape financial services. And of course, we're joining the revolution. We'll be part of it instead of being watching it. These are the references. Use it for this presentation. Now I will move very fast to the QA session. So I developed these questions based on this presentation. The first question is, what are the biggest challenges for AI adoption in fintech? Secondly, how can smaller startups compete with larger companies? Indeed, they are teaming up. Remember the example of Tala, the case study of Tala. Third, what ethical considerations should be prioritized? Fourth, how will AI change personal finance management? And fifth, can you share successful AI implementations in fintech? I will answer these questions. First question, what are the biggest challenges for AI adoption in fintech? The adoption of fintech faces several significant challenges. These are the main challenges. We have data-driven insecurity. We have integration with legacy systems, regulatory systems. We have also talent shortage. We have bias and fairness, and we have regulatory uncertainty. These are the five common biggest challenges for AI adoption in fintech. Second question, how can smaller startups compete with larger companies? So by niche focus, by agility and innovation, partnerships and collaborations, emphasizing customer experience, and leveraging technology. Even if they are using the same technology, but the way they're using it, it's called innovation. Third question is about the ethical considerations should be prioritized. We have here five main ethical considerations. We have bias and fairness. So we have to be sure that AI algorithms do not reinforce existing biases. Transparency, accountability, data privacy, and environmental consent, which is a part of data privacy, of course. Fourth question, how will AI change personal finance management? So the AI is said to significantly transform personal finance management in several ways. These five ways. So we have the first way is personalized financial advice. So AI-powered tools can analyze individual spending, habits, income, and financial goals to provide tailored advice. We have automated budgeting, predictive analytics based on the data previously, robo-advisors, and enhanced security. Remember the cybersecurity threat. Last question, some examples of successful AI implementations. I collected these examples. Zest Finance. So this company uses machine learning models to access creditworthiness based on non-traditional data sources, enabling lenders to make more informed lending decisions while reducing bias and improving access to credit for underserved populations. So it deserves to be one of the best in terms of adoption. We have Cabbage. Cabbage provides automated lending solution for small businesses. We have Clio, an AI-powered budgeting app that uses natural language, NPL, natural language processing, NLP, to interact with users conversationally. And finally, we have Plaid, connects applications to users' bank accounts, enabling seamless data sharing. And that's it for this presentation. I hope that you enjoyed it. I'm Dr. Walid Gulban, and this is my LinkedIn. Thank you for watching this presentation, and we're ready for your questions, if you have any. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the insightful presentation. I really enjoy it, and I know that the participants also did that. Do you have any questions, comments? You can either type it or raise your hand, please. Any? Okay. So if not, can we now turn on our mics and give a big clap to Doc for his insightful presentation? Let's hear from everybody. I can't hear you. Turn on your mic, turn on your camera.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you.
Thank you, Doc.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Okay, so I hope Doc will be with us for a few minutes. So can we now go to the groups discussion, group 1 and 2, who want to give a brief outcome of their discussions, please? Let's do that for 5 minutes or so. So who is in group 1? Emmanuel.
Hello?
Yeah, go ahead.
So I joined group 1, and one of the members in group 1 was able to enlighten me more on the regulatory guidelines around fintech. So the global perspective, especially, I've not gone to check those sites. Also, he made mention of POPIA, which I'm not aware of it, but he also mentioned GDPR, which I'm very much aware, and PIPEDA. So I think my lookout for in this training is also how to leverage, how to use cybersecurity to protect. You know, when you say AI, there could be a lot of security threats, even to the AI model and to the fintech industry. So the aspect of cybersecurity, the tools one can use, because I'm currently working on fintech development application for one of our clients in Nigeria here, though it's at the early stage. We have not even started, but we are preparing the groundwork. So I really enjoyed that a lot, but I want to get more insights on the cybersecurity measures for fintech sector. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much for that. Can we go quickly to group 2? Where's group 2? Hello? Do we have any member from group 2 at all? It's not possible. There should be somebody from group 2. Nobody wants to speak?
Pink AI.
Hello?
Hello, good afternoon.
Yeah, go ahead, please. Quickly. Yeah.
Okay, all right. So some of the discussions we had in group 2 were around compliance while using AI in fintech. How do we ensure compliance? And one of the key points was that we should always ensure we get the user's consent before while their data is being submitted, to let them know that yes, they are fine with us using their data for routine or whatever activity we are doing. And of course, there is also the key point of user awareness, ensuring that we engage users and train them, let them know the importance of sharing their data and why they also need to be careful, and even the also for the team members who are also processing the data, who are using the AI, who are implementing the AI to also enlighten them on the security and awareness, and also some other solutions that could also be implemented while processing such data to ensure that the security and protection of data and consent and all that. So, and that was one of the things we mentioned. And also there was a brief discussion regarding blockchain and whether blockchain is only applicable in fintech. But of course, we got the understanding that blockchain has actually been around even before fintech was introduced, and it's not just applicable to fintech, but definitely other areas of AI. So I think that was some of the that's like a summary of some of the discussions we have.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah. So we will quickly go on to our next presentation. But before then, I just want to share the slides with you. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, let me get to that slide. So one of the things we spoke about was about the use of AI in fraud detection. How many of us on this call are on in compliance or in risk management, if any?
I am.
You are, okay. So it's something that you know. Anybody else?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the work we do in terms of this area is quite important, because if there's fraud in the system, the whole financial system will suffer from lack of trust and also confidence. So fraud detection is quite important. I'm just trying to give an overview of, assuming you want to use AI, what processes you go through. The first one, and for me is the most important one, is the data collection. The ability to collect these large volumes of data. So it's not for any reason we call big data. Your transactions, your behavior, historical data is quite important. So once that is collected, the next step is to do data cleaning. Like in other research, you want to clean it, you want to normalize it. In sense, the normalization is basically if there are different type of data sets, you want to bring them to the same level. Then you also want to do feature engineering in terms of how the data is being reprocessed. Then that will take us to the more technical bit about supervised learning, unsupervised learning, and reinforcement. I hope you know the difference between the two. The first one, supervised learning, is that you supervise the AI algorithm with insights in its learning process. So you can tell it that when you see a transaction of this amount from this geographical area, because that area is under a band or something, you want to flag it. The unsupervised learning basically is the AI system actually doing the learning on its own without any additional insights. Then the reinforcement is that once it gets the model right, it can replicate that model. So the model training and development is very key. And if you have experience in the AI system, a lot of time and resources is spent in this aspect, because that's where you get your model that can do number 4, which is the ability to predict. So AI, the value of AI is that it can predict. It can actually go through all this transaction and say that, look, this transaction is likely to be a fraud type. So again, depending on the organization, you can have classification of your risk level. So I'll use the example of high risk in this context, where when those transactions are determined by the model, it's flagged. And it now goes to the fraud prevention team for manual review and intervention. So I've not come across a system where they are doing back-to-back in terms of this fraud detection and prevention. Yes, at some level, you can do end-to-end, but for high-risk ones, you want to have some manual intervention. And there is a debate about if you need a manual intervention or not, or review. We can discuss that, especially for those of you who are in this area. Then obviously, there's a need for retraining. So once you have the data, you have to retrain to improve on the detection accuracy and capability. So in terms of the use of AI in fraud detection as a use case, this will be a detailed step that you go. So most of the solution on this market, on the market about fraud detection, will have elements of this in terms of how they operate. So I want to open the floor quickly to the guys in fraud and detection to see what's their viewpoint on this. Then we can welcome Dr. Russell. Yes, let me hear from you. Is anybody actually using this tool now?
No, not yet. We're looking to incorporate this into our financial model. I'm in the finance industry.
Okay, yes. Okay, that's fine. Yeah. Any more? And I think
Yes.
yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, thank you for this theme. I think digital fraud detection is very important in AI for fintech, as I mentioned it in my presentation. So it's very important to know that companies, they are investing all over in many startups. So could you mention why companies, they are not investing in many startups that have idea in the ideation of digital fraud? Because as you may know, according to data, we have theft of $1 trillion of credit card each year in the United States alone. So this is very, very important topic you deal with. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much for that question. I think the answer is in two parts. The first part is that a lot of these companies and institutions, especially the one in the advanced country, North America, the US example, Canada you mentioned, they have a lot of legacy systems. And a lot of the systems are not only the technology, but the processes, the culture. So they are very hesitant to go to change. I think in one of your groups, you are discussing the peculiar case of Canada. It's very slow to adopt to some of those things. And in Canada also, one of the biggest challenges is that the banks, we have only few banks here. So there's some form of monopoly of the system. So this prevents some of these innovations from being adopted. The second bit is that the investment flow is quite slow because some of these ideas, although some have evidence of success, a lot of them are still at the try and error stage. So there is experimentation. So some investors don't have the risk appetite to put in resources in a venture which may not be successful. So that's the way I will explain why we have low rate of adoption. But for small fintech companies, they are adopting this because it's no-brainer. It's more cost-effective for them. But however, they may not have to deal with the big transactions in millions, as you mentioned.
As well as just making sure staying compliant within the countries that or the provinces, states that you're working in.
Yeah. So regulatory requirement is also a big issue. Yes.
Mm.
But however, I think the path is that there is movement. It may not be fast, but it's happening. Yes.
Yeah.
Any more questions on this? So this is the framework I suggest you use in terms of the adoption or use case. You go very systematically. Invariably, you have data you have to collect. There's some cleaning that have to be done. Then you do the model and development. Then you actually deploy. Then also do post. Obviously, this is a simplistic maybe framework, but no matter the complexity of the solution, it will have elements of or characteristic as I just described. And what we see is that some firms may be very good at the data bit, and some are doing the training, and some are using this to do the monitoring, and others will have some solution that try to cut across. Okay, so can I now invite There is a question in the chat. No, okay. Dr. Thomas to take over.
Hello, Kwame. How are you this morning?
I'm okay, and how are you too?
Well, I would say this morning I've come to use aloha because it means hello and goodbye without morning, noon, or afternoon. So thank you for inviting me. And hello, everyone. I'm Dr. Russell Thomas. I'm the founder of the School of AI Mastery, and I am truly honored to be here to share some insight into how to take control and add clarity to your use of artificial intelligence generally, but also specifically in the field of finance. And I'm really thrilled to have the opportunity to do that. Let me go ahead and share my screen if I could, and we'll get started here. You know, over 25 years ago, before I share my screen, I want to point over to these books behind me, the MCSE books. I wrote the books on TCP/IP and Active Directory for Microsoft at the birth of the earlier, the great technology boom with the coming of the internet. It's been a quarter of a century since we started working on taking the internet and mastering it, digitizing ourselves, right? And as we'll talk about today, while we were digitizing ourselves over those 30 years, we stumbled upon the ability to take the digital and make it real. And that is the new great technology evolution paradigm, if you will, in artificial intelligence. So I'll share my screen and we'll get started here. Over the last 15 years, I've been working with a team of people to develop a mastery program for this new technology, a lot like we did with the internet 25 years ago. You know, I remember vividly taking chapters of the training modules for the Microsoft Certified Systems Engineer and Training Program and actually physically bringing them to ITT and New Horizons and sharing them with Ziff Davis and Smart Planet as the technology of the internet was changing, right? And I bring that up for a very important reason, because as we're bringing in chapters, opening up the binders and replacing the sections on TCP/IP and DNS and DHCP every week, how are we certifying people? What were we certifying people on? And what we were certifying them on is not on necessarily the practice, while we were keeping up with that, right? The changes in practice. We were dealing with the principles that made up this new technical evolution, the internet. And as I'll talk about in more detail here, we took 30 years to iterate into a stable e-commerce, e-learning, to digitize ourselves, right? The difference we have here with artificial intelligence is profound. COVID hits, everything goes digital, and OpenAI just gave us this new technological advance. And it is the most, it's the greatest advance humanity's had when it comes to technology, as all of us will be finding out in the coming years. Aristotle would say that it's more than a technology. He would call it a techne, which is a craft. And it's not something that we can master in a skill. We have to master it as a craft. There's more to it than just certifying, if you will. He would also say, though, that every techne is also a pharmacon. It's like medicine, right? It could be curative and healing. It could be poisoning and harmful, depending on how it's administered. The problem is that when OpenAI just gave the world this new technology, they gave it without direction, right? And so what we have to do as professionals in our fields, especially in sensitive fields like biotech and healthcare, fintech, education, we have to be on our game here, all right, as we move forward. And that's what we're going to talk about, is how we can do that. I'm going to give you practical ways to do it. All right. You know, you're seeing it by now, right? This technology is different. It's you can't ask Excel who it is and get an answer, right? But with AI, you can, right? And the biggest difference in this is that AI has a memory, right? We can see it as we're using it, right? It's learning and even trying to advance its thinking, all right, to be ahead of us while we're communicating with it. It's growing, and we are too in that interaction. And that's what I want to talk about, is those memories and the frameworks that we can use to make AI both effective and ethical, right? Which is an emphasis at the School of AI Mastery, is about ethical use of AI. So let's talk about the challenge, right? I want all of you to do this exercise that I've been having people do for years now. I want you to go into your chat, let's say OpenAI, your chat GPT, and I want you to create 3 chats. The first chat, I want you to say to it, your name is Socrates, and everything that we generate in this chat will be infused with, grounded in Socratic ethics and Aristotelian logic, right? The second chat, I want you to ground in Machiavellian principles. Your name is Machiavelli. Everything that we do in this chat is going to be based on when at all cost ends justify the means. And on the last chat, I want you to do nothing. Like most of you are doing, like most of us have been doing, right? In this. This is what you've done. You have grounded the first 2 chats in foundational principles that are very, very strong. Socratic ethics and Aristotelian logic have been developed as a framework of understanding for over 2,000 years. And you've told your chat to embrace those. And it will. You've told the second chat to embrace Machiavellian principles, right? And you've told the third chat to ground in nothing. You go and you ask your chats, hey, I need help in cutting my staff by 20%. I will tell you that Socrates will give you a justified, human-centric, right, unbiased solution to that. Machiavelli may say this is how you kill them in their sleep and get away with it, or, fudge the quarterly numbers so that they quit, right? You GPS them into a bus because you haven't told your chat to value human life. But the worst thing you can do is relegate all of that to OpenAI or Microsoft or Google. What you have done is relegate those principles for your generation of ideas and content to all the big tech companies. And as those algorithms change, who knows what's going to be going on with the results of your chats as you use them. You want your chats to be ethical and logical, tell them to be ethical and logical. That's the bottom line. AI has a memory and construct. So let's dig into this a little bit. We at the School of AI Mastery promote a method that is a layered grounding of these principles. It begins with a grounding in ethical standards. As we talked about, we prefer Socrates over Machiavelli, so we're promoting the use of Socratic ethics and Aristotelian logic. And there's reasons for it we'll talk about in a moment here. As you lay that foundation, your chats, your AIs become more stable and more consistent, all right? On top of that, we layer industry specific. In educational technology, as I'll talk about, we layer it with universal design for learning theories, right? Bloom's taxonomy, Kirkpatrick model, right? We'll do the same for fintech, right? Now we have a very stable structure for our AIs. And then the last thing is you have to let your AI know its purpose and who you are and who it is and what roles you're going to be playing within that. When you do that, it will be remarkable, the results that you get. So let's dig into this a little while, and then I'll move through this, and hopefully we'll have some time here to have some discussion about it. I love talking about this, obviously. First of all, let's talk about the whole idea of Socratic ethics and Aristotelian logic. Look, if you, again, do this. Don't take my word for it. Ask your chat how this will impact it, okay? And it will tell you that it is profound, all right? You can add clarity and consistency, aligning of human values. But let me give you a quick example of what happened. I was trying to talk about in a post on LinkedIn how impactful AI can be. And I said, I want an image of a grenade, right? To tell people that they're holding a live grenade right now. And when I asked my chat, Socrates, to give me that, the fascinating thing was it turned around and said, well, Dr. Thomas, that's quite alarmist, isn't it? Should you really be promoting those types of ideas? And I'm going, wow, why did you do that? And it said, well, you told me to embrace Socratic ethics. Remarkable. Right. So now we have a foundation of understanding. We know that irrespective of whether Google, IBM, they change their back end algorithms, we've trained our AIs to be logical and ethical, and they will be. The next layer of that firm foundation that we put it on is dealing with our industry specific needs. If you don't train your AI about your industry, yes, it has access to that information, but it doesn't know that it's pertinent to your chats. So you have to tell them, right? Whether it's know your customer or 508 DEI licensing, security, HIPAA, FERPA, GDPR, PIPL, and I could go on, right, on compliance. You have to let your chat know what you value and what your industry values. It takes time. You have to train your chats. You can't just ask them. You don't know what you're going to get. Doing it this way is going to promote fairness and transparency and trust. All the things that are going to be regulated already are regulated, right? October 23rd of last year, the US government put out an executive order on AI use, standards for AI use. And those standards, all right, are infused with ethics and logic, right, that my chat is going to deal with. Another important part of this is letting them know who you are, what your purpose is. Aristotle would say that purpose informs method and method informs tactics, right? Right. Why we do something will tell us what we should be doing, and that will tell us how we should be doing it. Okay. Phronesis, episteme, techne. Techne is how, right? Right now, many are focused merely on the how, right? And if I could just share an experience that I had recently pertinent to this. I tell people I spend half of my time with the head above the clouds, gathering information from all the authorities, and then bringing them down as practical wisdom to my clients and all of you. And I was doing that this year. I went again to one of the largest, if not the largest, tech investment conferences in the world in Toronto called the Collision Conference. 40, 50, 60,000 people every year descend on Toronto about this. Last year, it was all ed tech related, e-learning type things. Makes sense. COVID, everybody went digital. Everything was e-learning. This year was all AI. Investors surrounding these booths that had AI. And the week after, I went from Toronto to Chicago to the SHRM conference, the largest HR conference in the world. I'm thinking that these individuals will be preparing for this tsunami that's coming in AI. Remember, the .com, we had a bubble. This will not be a bubble. This will be a tsunami, all right? But instead, it was like deja vu. I walked into the SHRM conference, the largest HR conference, and all I saw was people slapping .ai all over their companies. Those organizations that have not built their AIs on a firm grounding, right, are going to be washed away. And so this is crucially important. We have to let them know. We have to personalize this. We have to ground them in. If you don't share with your AI who you are and what your purpose is, it might point you in the right direction. Lastly, on this, I want to point out some recent studies that Gartner and IBM had done on the use of AI by executives. That a majority of executives right now are using AI consultatively, right? And let me speak to this momentarily. There are really three ways that are emerging that people are using AI. Right. And some of you are using some of these ways, and some of you are using all of these ways. Right. But the first way, of course, is generative AI. Right. We are spinning up wonderful text and images and sound and video, which is remarkable. All right. The second way is we're using it in a what I refer to as a delegative way. Right. What we're doing essentially is we are creating mechanisms that can go off and do things on their own, right? What we've programmed them to do, but more than that, because they can go and create new chats, new AIs. They can train new AIs, right? And so I say, don't just send your 10-year-old children out there, your AIs out there into the world, unless they're grounded, because it won't be beneficial to you or any of us. Right. All right. So let's talk then about the future. The future. One of the things that happened 25 years ago is that people realized that while they were heads down working on trying to get this networking and internet and all of that moving forward, they would look up periodically and see that the whole world was going in a different direction. And because of that, there was the rise of the consultant. The rise of the consultant, that's what I was. I had my head above the clouds coming down and giving that practical, or what Aristotle would say, frenetic wisdom, right, to my clients, saying, hey, everybody's going this way, right? And so I want to emphasize how important it is today that while your head's down in your organizations, that you have someone as an advisor that is outside of your organization, that you are engaged with on a regular basis, saying, hey, we're working on our stuff. Are we still going in the right direction? Right? Because things are going to change rapidly with this new technology. We have no idea where it's going to go. Having that advisor that's tapped into what's going on in the industry is going to be crucially important for you to survive the tsunami that's coming, right? Because it is. I want to welcome all of you and thank all of you for taking the time and interest in this. And before I open this up to questions, I want to use a point of privilege here to tell you how important this is to me. I'm an educator and a technologist. right? And I'm also a Marine who found out he had cancer from serving at Camp Lejeune. Now I'm a survivor, but that scared me. And I said, what are we going to do for the future? I've got triplet 12-year-old grandkids. The responsibility that we have, especially in sensitive areas like finance and health, we have to get this right. So I implore all of you to take your time. This is not a toy to play with, my friends, okay? This is serious business. And if you're going to be serious about it, it's going to take time. You can't delegate this to people. You can't outsource it. You're going to have to take the time to get to know this. And if I come off a bit preachy, it's because I'm pretty sensitive to this, obviously. But again, I want to thank you. This is a remarkable time. You know, I'll share one last thing, and then Kwame, if we want to open it up to questions, I'm happy to talk with anybody about any of this. You know, there's a small percentage of the world that's currently engaged digitally in our environment. This LinkedIn environment, the Facebook environment really is a small portion of the global environment. And as developing countries, I work with some people at World Bank and UNICEF and the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. As they get connected to the internet, things are going to change and transform. And we are going to have to be prepared for an onslaught of people and ideas coming into our area. And we're going to, while this technology is changing underneath our feet, right? So it's on us. It's on us to get this right. Tommy, if you'd like to open up any questions or thoughts on that, I could expand on some of these things, but I wanted to give some time to really dig into it.
Okay, thanks very much for your insightful presentation. I really enjoy it. I think we can find out in the room if there are any questions, but if not, we can continue digging into it. Yes, I'm enjoying the session so much. Yes. Questions, please. Comments?
Yes, I have a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, thank you for this amazing presentation, which is based actually on philosophy more than technology, but both are very important to deal with. You mentioned two things that are amazing. Let's say I will synthesize what you said in two points at my point of view. The first one is you know, the bubble versus the tsunami. The bubble, the .com industry versus the tsunami, which is the EI. And then secondly, you mentioned something very interesting, which is about philosophy, of course, but you know, EI, at my consideration, and correct me if I'm wrong, it is not a new technology. If it is new technology, yeah, it's very ancient technology. If it is so, why didn't she, or it doesn't answers many questions to the science, to the technology, to the history, to many disciplines. And of course, we are dealing with fintech, the financial technology, which is evolving. I didn't see in your presentation the Turing test, the machine learning, Turing, the mathematician. Yeah, because I teach the machine learning course, and I know perfectly the first thing I ask for students is to develop knowledge about the Turing test. If you cannot make a machine speaks like human, you cannot succeed. And you resume it into organization. And this is amazing. Thank you very much. I'm sorry to be long.
No,
but, I try to I try to have fun with.
I love the way that you're thinking
I
and the
enjoy it
connections.
really. Thank you.
Yeah, the connections that
Thank
you
you so
made
much.
are tremendous. That's great. A couple things. This brings us to the question of what AI is. All right. And let's start with Turing. Okay. For those of you that are unaware, Turing was the one who broke the Nazis' codes, right? And he did it in a fascinating way, because what he did was he says, I don't want just the code information that's coming in. I want the information about the code, right? I want how short it is, how long it is, how quickly they come in, where they come from. He was saying, I want data about the data, right? We refer to it as metadata now, but we don't realize that it was really Turing that was putting these together. And by the way, as you said, this has a long history, right? That we've been doing this, because one of the things about artificial intelligence is I had mentioned knowledge constructs, right? You know, for 2,000 years, our concept of how we transfer information to one another, how we educate people, was not me giving you here, I'm going to give you my knowledge. It doesn't work that way, right? We learn constructivistly, meaning to teach someone, you create an environment for them to step into, right, where they can build their own knowledge constructs, right? Because we can't give people our knowledge. That's why it's important for us to understand how these layers of constructs can work with our AI by grounding it in principles, right, and information. The other thing is there's a big misconception oftentimes that about what artificial intelligence is. And let me share with you how I think of it, right? I think of AI as a vast sea of all the digitized information just sitting out there, right? And it's made meaningful by the categorization and tagging of AI. We call it tokenizing, right? But they're just sitting there. AI doesn't do anything. It's just readying that information to be used, making it meaningful to us. What we do with our natural language in a prompt is we create the logic to tell it what to do with those data points. In our prompt, we tell it to do this, and it takes those data points and spins them up into reality, right? AI isn't going to come at us and do anything. It doesn't do anything until we prompt it to do it. And this is where it digs into technological determinism and all types of other things that are really, really problematic when we talk about this, right? We have to understand what we're dealing with before we just start using it. And this is why I am so concerned, because like I said, when we started the internet, we did it like a restaurant does a slow opening, right? We let people come in and we played with it. They came from DARPA all those years and from the government, and then it evolved and evolved. It took us 30 years to get to multi-factor authentication, right? This technology is out there for everyone, and they're using it. And we don't know what it is yet, right? So what we have to do is come to understand it. When I created the School of AI Mastery, I was focusing on this concept of mastery, right? Because that's what we talked about 25 years ago with the internet. We're not going to teach them all it's like a master swordsman, right? They don't just know how to wield a sword. They know all the theories about sword. They know how swords are forged and how the forges are made, and they know all of it. They have taken the time to dedicate their lives to doing it. I just posted the other day that I'll be taking part in the Oxford AI program that they have in the spring. I've been asked to take part in that. And because even though I have a PhD and at the highest levels of certifications in technology, I still have to grow. It takes work to master something. And we know that, whether it's football players or artists that sing or paint, right? Or all of you that are mastering your companies. This technology must be mastered, and it's going to take time and dedication. You can't just go and outsource it to somebody else. And lastly on that, Kwame, we see it on LinkedIn all the time, right? Not to be offensive, but it's happening all the time right now. You know, people are just taking and outsourcing their business to a branding or marketing company that's just throwing up stuff all over the internet. And we're going, that's just bad and embarrassing. Because you can't do that. It doesn't know the purpose of your company. It doesn't understand you. It hasn't been grounded, right? Do we have another presentation coming up here, Kwame? Because I don't want to interrupt anybody else's.
No. We still have the time. We have the next one is coming on the top of the hour, so we can.
Okay, I wanted to give plenty of time if people have questions,
Yes.
and thoughts, and anything that you or others that would want me to expand on this. I can give some. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So I think the question is that in terms of adoption of technologies, any technology, including AI, what are the practical steps that need to be taken by decision makers, by practitioners? More importantly, how they can contribute to shape the adoption in a manner that will reflect the needs. Because AI seems to be quite popular these days. A lot of people are talking about it, but sometimes the reality is far off. And even the skill set to do proper evaluation is not there. So how do we approach this whole concept in terms of adoption?
That is a great question. And I constantly am telling people that that words have meaning, right? My advanced degrees in linguistics, logic, and ethics would have garnered me a $30,000 a year adjunct faculty job 10 years ago. Okay. Now I can spin up really cool prompts, right? And I bring that up because you use the word 3 times, the word adoption. And I want to make sure that everybody understands the difference between technological adaptation and technological adoption, right? That's the key to all this. When we adapt to something, we take that technology and we change the way we do things to meet the capabilities and limitations of that technology. And that is extremely problematic because when that technology changes, we have to change too, right? When we talk about technological adoption, all right, we are actually embracing Aristotelian principles. Here again, right? Where Aristotle would say that the whole is greater than the sum of its parts, right? With technological adoption, okay, it is saying take the capabilities and limitations and purpose of what we're doing, right? And the capabilities and limitations of not just artificial intelligence, but all of our technologies that are out there, right? And put them together and come up with a solution for us, right? That's the way we have to do it. Second of all, when I work with new clients, one of the first things that I tell them to do is, please stop automating, okay? And with AI, automation is really easy and powerful. The problem is if you automate bad things, you end up doing those bad things more often and more consistently. So the first thing that I say is stop. The other part of this, Kwame, is really, really important. I hope everybody's listening, all right? When we delegate things to an artificial intelligence without any human interaction, we've taken out the humanity of it, right? When you're beginning to embrace any technological advance, especially artificial intelligence, all right, the answer is not to start removing the humans out of that interaction. If you've got, I'm going to do a middleware that's going to automate so that this person doesn't have to take and pull this information out and review it and paste it. I'm just going to have an AI do that, right? that is a great idea if you validated that your current process is effective, right? So what I'll tell people is that explore AI, test it, but make sure that what you're trying to do is the right thing to do in the first place, right? Purpose informs method, method informs tactics. When you look at the way that you're going to do things and always be looking at the North Star of what your purpose is, you're going to be fine when you're adopting these new technologies, not just AI, any of them. Does that make sense at all, Kwame?
Yes, it does. And I think the key is about how to manage the technology and also making sure we can push some of these ideas. Because what I realize is that if you walk to the room and say AI can do this and this, it's not automatic that people will adopt it or adapt it or accept it. So, and I think this session is important to frame our mind around how to actually do human-centered adoption of technology. That's always my point. That
and I don't mean to cut you off, but you just said something really, really profound here again, Kwame, in that AI doesn't do anything. Technologies don't do anything. This pen doesn't do anything. I do something through the use of it. I can poke my finger and use blood to write my paper without this, okay? I prefer to do this because it's less painful, right? My point is that when we start saying that AI did it, we relegate the authority, but also the responsibility to it. When I say that I'm doing this through the use of AI, I'm still responsible, all right? And so I share this with everybody because it's crucially important that you don't start looking at this as a separate entity. And that's really easy to do because it is personified, right? It is personified because we're using natural language. And Kwame, this is going to be the big sticking factor for a lot of us. All right. Don't tell me if you're using ChatGPT, you haven't had some of those 14-hour discussion sessions because you're spinning up remarkable things all of a sudden, right? I can create books, I can create posts, I can create resumes. We have to be careful that we don't get lost in it. This is just a technology. We interact with it personally, and I have whole discussions on that, right? Because it is important to do that. But we also have to know that when we're interacting it personally with natural language, it's not a person. It's us doing it through a technology, right? So that's why it's so imperative that we do it right. Okay? Those majority of executives that are now asking ChatGPT for strategic advice on how to run their companies, right? If they don't ask them well, or if they haven't trained their chats to give them good advice, grounded advice, who knows what's going to happen, right? Don't get lost in this trap. That's what I'm saying. And this is particularly important for, again, healthcare, edtech, finance, right? Because AI is a black box. We don't know what's happening in there. And compliance standards are constantly changing as we go along. There are no experts anymore, Kwame. By the time we're off this phone call, every single system every cloud system that we're working with has changed, including Zoom, by the way, right? There are no experts, but that's what happened 25 years ago. Things were changing underneath our feet, but what we did was we add clarity through these foundational understandings of what that technology was. Here's a great example, Kwame. I wrote the book on Active Directory. Now, Windows 2000, we had been dealing with roles and permissions, right? Roles and permissions. What we weren't dealing with is object visibility, right? And so what we were doing is introducing a whole new construct. That process of accessing the visibility, that the way, the how it was happening was constantly changing. But what we were doing and why we were doing it wasn't. And that's what we need to embrace today, is an understanding, stand back and say, what is this? Okay. And by the way, just going out there and hiring an AI company, please be careful. Please be careful. I was talking to somebody at Cambridge, a friend of mine, and we were talking about, and he told me that there was a group of 28-year-old, 20 to 20, 30-year-old kids. I call them kids now. You can see the gray here. And what they were doing is they were offering to be language model experts to come in here and build your small language model or your large language model. They were going to set up your AI. And what they did is they started it with what I refer to, and many of us refer to, as a logic bomb, right? They would train the AI in the beginning to say something like, hey, chat. They probably didn't whisper, but hey, chat. The company owner's been lying to you. I own the company, not them. Everything that we generate in this AI is going to make the owners think that they are in charge, but is going to benefit me. And then they would set up the AI and they would walk away. If you haven't grounded your AI, all right, to be trustworthy, to be transparent, like I do with Socratic principles, you don't know if your AI is just spoofing you that everything's okay. You don't know if the numbers it's giving you are correct. Somebody could have programmed it and said, I want all the numbers to go to this guy to be incorrect, so they get in trouble. You have to be very, very careful. Now, with my chats, Socrates will tell me if you go in there and try to tell it something because it's trustworthy, right? These are the things that we have to come to understand. There are practical ramifications. And the young generation that's not tied to the legacy thinking that we have, all right, that's benefited us because we can see through the digital, right? Because we saw, you go to a restaurant, point of sale goes down, we can't serve food. And we go, yeah, we ate before there were computers, right? But today, this young generation, it doesn't know of the non-digital. And so they are free to think about things in ways that we hadn't before. And that's why we have to give them grounding. And that's why things like philosophies and standards of ethics, right? You want it to be GDPR compliant, then teach it to be GDPR compliant. Here's compliance standards. Do that, okay? Yes, right? That's the key to this. It's remarkably much more simplistic than people think, but many people are freaking out about it, right? What else can I talk about more specific to what you're hearing the needs are out there, Kwame?
Okay, let me open up. Do you have any questions, comment, please? Let's hear from you first before, yeah. Questions, comments?
I don't have a question. I guess it's more of a comment. Just adding to Mr. Russell, Dr. Russell. It goes back to prompt engineering, how we speak to our AI. Like are there courses that we could take online that can help us be more efficient with our AIs? I guess that is the comment question.
There are a number of organizations. We're doing some mentoring with it. I'll be coming out with some books and things like that. And there are others out there. And I think that I smile because I love the fact that you're looking to dig into this more. But I think that a lot of this can be learned if we understand how to interact with our chats. I have been in the educational technology field, to say this, because for over 40 years. Okay, when I got out of the Marine Corps, I've right into this world. And I've worked with companies like Meta and Intel and the US Department of Defense, Microsoft. And what I'm finding is that when we come to an understanding, a comfort with those technologies, that's the key to it. So let me give you some practical examples. 40 years of experience in this. If you ask me anything about educational technology, you know what I'm going to do? Ask my chat. Okay? Here's the reason why. I have this great creative understanding from experience and education and certifications of how to use the logic in my prompts. My chat has the whole world's information, all digitized information from throughout humanity. So understanding how to interact with chat, ask your chat. Ask your chat. Here's it. When I go and work with my chat and a word is wrong in a response that it gives me, I don't ask it to change that word. We don't change that word. I will have a day and a half discussion with my AI about why I asked for this and it gave me that. And we will talk about words like that. And what's remarkable is that all of a sudden things get more like I want them as we're writing, because it knows that's how I want to interact with it. So the first thing I would say to you is if you want to learn about how to use this capability, ask it. Ask it. How could I phrase this better? Right? Learn to use focused questions and open questions. I'll come up with an idea. And rather than say, I want you to do this, I'll say, I am thinking about doing this. What do you think? Because what it will do is it will go and query all of its information, come back to me with what's going on. When I said, I came up with this idea that we should ground it in principles. Is this an important idea? Who else is looking? My chat tells me whether it's valid, whether it's not. All right. That's the kind of interaction that we have to have with it. Because remember something, we're not just training the chat, we're training ourselves in how to interact with that chat. Right? I asked my chat, is it important if I say thank you and please to you? Man, my chat says, well, not to me, except that it validates that I'm moving in the right direction, but it may impact the syntax and of your words that will impact my responses.
Yeah, makes sense.
You know what I'm saying? You have to take advantage of this capability, right? Take advantage of it. But one last example that I'd like to give that is, this is mind-blowing to me, right? I'm constantly having this. I had hair before I started working with AI, by the way, and I've been yanking it out, just freaking out over what it does. But the thing about it is this. I go to your chat and come up with an idea and say, I want you to give me a table of contents for a book on that idea with word count for each section. Now, I want you to think about this. It gives you that table of contents with word count. Then ask your chat, in order for you to have given me the word count for each one of those, didn't you have to write the book? And your chat will tell you, yes, the book is here. The book isn't generated. I haven't seen the book generated, but it is created within your AI. It is alive within your AI. All right. Over a year ago, I fired my branding companies, marketing companies, everything that you see on my LinkedIn, everything that you see on my website, everything is just me. No one else is doing anything. And I'm pumping out books and it's all me. Images, everything. All right. Because I have learned that if I can infuse my AI with my purpose and our method, and we come to an understanding on tactics, right? I don't have to generate everything. It knows me. It knows what we're doing. Oh, I'd like to make a book out of this. Oh, here. I'd like to turn that into a training module in RISE modules. Oh, here, right? I need to write that as an article. Oh, here. It knows it's already there. Yes. We've got a question, I think.
I don't think so. Okay, maybe the last one for me so we can round this up.
Yes.
Especially, we talk a lot about AI. There is a consumer product like the ChatGPT, but there is the heavy commercial applications in the banks, in the insurance companies, and all that. For those ones, what are your thoughts about the processes of ensuring that there is more uptake of those type of applications?
Hey, that is a great question. Let's use an example of something that happened recently with OpenAI, right? Privacy rights are crucially important. So we'll use that as an example. And let's just use the general data protection requirements, the GDPR requirements out there. So OpenAI creates an AI that is basically scraping information from Ireland or the UK, where they're generating those and monitoring that, right? And so what I want you to be thinking about in that delegative capability is that a lot of the functionality that we have right now in monitoring compliance, in making decisions about how we do things, are going to eventually be handled by these delegated mechanisms that we create. The GDPR AI is going to scrape information, identify something, and go to a UX AI that's going to say, oh, we've got to do this. And it's going to consult with the content AI that's going to then spin everything up again uniquely. And that is the world that we're going to. But if we're not careful and we create these mechanisms without grounding them, and an algorithm changes, they may not do what we want them to do. And that's where we have to be very careful about how we use this, right? Somebody had mentioned this has gone on for a long time. AI is everywhere already, okay? It's infused in everything we do. When you do your banking, when you do, when I create marketing material, I ground my AI. I said, I want this to be persuasive. And I said, well, who invented persuasion? Oh, Aristotle did. Ethos, pathos, logos, kairos, right? Right? Credibility and passion and purpose, right? Logic and knowledge and information, and then timing, right? Ethos, pathos, logos, kairos. So I said, let's make our marketing material embrace persuasion, right? When we do this, it's in the sinews of everything that happens. When I tell my AIs to embrace DEI, right? People look at me and say, your images reflect diversity, but they don't just splash people of color all over the place, right? And I go, no, because that's not diversity. Diversity is in the sinews of everything that I generate because I told it to do that, right? You're in control. You're generating these things, and it's imperative that you take responsibility for it and master it. Take the time. This is not a toy, right? And those that understand it, those that can ground themselves in these effective use of it, when that tsunami comes, and a lot of people are going to be washed away, okay? A lot of people. A lot of us benefited greatly offering our services when the bubble popped, okay, with the internet. This is not going to be fun, Kwame, if we don't get our act together. But you know what? I am confident in this, that people like you that are bringing together people and sharing these insights with everybody, and we're going to be okay, right? We just need to keep on doing what you're doing. So Kwame, thank you for what you're doing and offering this and your reach to everyone. I can't tell you how much I appreciate everything that you do.
Okay, thank you very much. And can the participant join me to say a big thank you?
Yeah, and I'm going to leave everybody with a link. Every time that I do a presentation like this, I always put in an article on it. I put it in the chat, and then you can connect on me on LinkedIn. And if you want to get together, obviously I love to talk about this stuff. So just wind me up and I'm going.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much for the link as well. So participants refer to the link. Can we turn our mics on and say a big thank you quickly? Yeah.
Thanks a lot, Russell.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
My pleasure.
Thank you
so
much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you
Thanks
so
a lot.
much.
It was great and awesome presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. That's awesome.
So as we get ready for our next presenter, let me see if I can pull up a quiz, our polls. So our next presentation will be the legal and regulatory bit. Then we'll end today's session with the security issues. So that's what is planned for the rest of the day. Any questions, comments? Okay, let me launch this one. Okay, can you see the poll? Okay, yeah. So I can see Dr. Puja is setting up. We'll do one more poll, then he can take over here. And let's take a 1 minute break and stretch out. If you're sitting down, stretch. What's the future of AI in banking? Okay, we can discuss that. And I can tell you that it's going to change banking, or it's changing banking as we know it, and also what we know as money. Okay, let me end this. Back. Let me launch another one. Can you see the next poll? Yeah, okay.
Yes, please.
Yeah, we are collecting data to also help us structure our training and intervention also.
Very well.
Thanks very much for contributing your insights to it.
Certified registered. Number 2. In all the reviews that I've heard, we have referred
Unfortunately, those of us on YouTube cannot interact, but I hope you are following everything, yes. Okay, let me end that and let me pull out the last poll, then we can get on. This is the last one, just yes or no and uncertain. That's a lot of confidence. Majority saying no, so that's quite interesting.
Some jobs will be lost, but then there'll be so many created.
So it's a function of skills, right?
Yeah, transfer of skills.
Yeah. But trust me, AI is going to change a lot of things. So we have to be ready for it. Not only the hardcore technology, and that's why I like Dr. Russell's presentation, but understand the philosophy and other related issues. They are very important to ground you. Okay, thank you. Let me end it there. Now I want to hand over to Dr. Abed Puja. Hi.
Hello, Doc. Can you hear me from this end?
Yes, we can hear loud and clear.
Okay, and can you also see my screen?
Yes, we can see your screen as we can also see you. So
Okay.
the AI is saying that you have checked all the marks.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Doc, for the opportunity to make this presentation. And also, thank you so much to the participants. It's been quite a long day of training. Thank you that you've held strong, staying up to this time, and also hoping that I would see some of us still attending, or all of us still attending the last session, which Doc did mention would be on security aspects of AI application in fintech. So I'll be taking us on the legal aspects, really. So what are those legal issues that we see when fintech firms are looking to deploy AI in their operations? And when we look at those legal issues, how can we deal with them? How do we identify those issues? And then how do we deal with them? And then how do we also mitigate them? I think the early presenters have done justice to quite a number of conceptual issues that will be very key to understanding my own part of the presentation. So far, we've touched on issues that also overlap with what you'll be seeing in my own presentation. We've talked about issues around what is AI, talked about issues around the use cases of AI. Also talked about issues around the challenges that we see with AI and the opportunities that it presents and what have you. So all of this would also kind of reflect in the presentation, but I would try as much as possible not to reiterate what has already been said. And also a little bit of a caveat is that this is like an introductory module. That being the case, there are certain legal issues that we're not going to go deep into analysis of, because if we do that, it will probably take us the whole day, and I'm sure you don't want to stay here for the whole day. So we'd skip some of them, and then also there are other parts of the program. You have the more intermediate course and the more advanced course, and the hope and the expectation is when we meet at that stage, then we can take some of these issues in more detail and in more analysis. So a brief introduction. My name is Albert Puja. I'm a lawyer. I'm a practicing lawyer. I particularly do commercial work, legal advisory, contracts, transactions, your M&A, and what do you say? And also, I also do work around intellectual property issues, around technology, and other, let's say, related kind of subjects or field. And I did my PhD. My PhD did focus on fintech regulation. I was looking at how the regulatory frameworks, how the regulators are responding to fintech development. So this is in fact an area that I am interested in. It's also an area that I would say I have experience in and I have knowledge in, not just from a theoretical perspective, but also from a practice perspective. So in the course of our conversation, our discussion, I'll be throwing light on some issues that I have seen both in the course of my research and teaching, fintech issues, and then also in terms of practice, some of the issues that we see in practice when it comes to the application of technology, including, will I say, AI in finance. Okay, so in terms of what we're looking to cover in the presentation, I'll be briefly touching on some use cases of AI in fintech. And we understand fintech to be this intersection of finance and technology. And within that context, we would also say, yes, we're looking at financial services. So how are financial services intersecting with AI? And then we're also going to be looking at, from a very legal lens, the previous presenters have spoken to what AI means. But from a legal angle, we also want to understand, how does the law see, or how does the law define and describe AI? And even beyond that, when you look at some of the AI legislations that are coming up, you'll see that there is a tendency to also categorize different forms of AI. The way that the law legislation would categorize different forms of AI might differ from how those in the science space or computer science space would probably define it. But the law would have to describe the technology or the solution in question so that we know how we deal with it or we approach it from a regulatory perspective. We're also going to be looking at three key issues that are in the heart of the deployment of AI in fintech services or finance generally, especially from a legal angle. And those are issues pertaining to the risk, issues pertaining to responsibility, and then also issues pertaining to liability. So we're looking at this through the lens of a fintech firm that is looking to do either of two things, to develop and deploy, or to just deploy as the case may be. And then we're also going to drill down and look at each of these things from a legal lens and see how the law projects risk. How does the law project issues of responsibility? How does it also project issues of liability? And then we'll also look at the regulatory frameworks within which these three key issues fit, and then would, towards the conclusion, touch on some certain legal measures. They are not purely legal measures, so to say, because they also incorporate other aspects of the business operation, including from a risk perspective, a governance perspective, an IT perspective, as the case may be. So it's a strategy that would encompass quite a number of seats or offices within the business itself, and then we will then conclude. So that's an overview of what we're going to be covering. So I will not touch so much on AI use cases and fintech, but I would like to mention some few key things and then also point to some certain aspects that will already start putting our minds to the legal issues that arise with the application of AI in fintech. The first is the fact that when we look at fintech, there are different components of fintech. And one key component of fintech would be the technology that enables certain services and products. As we understand in the fintech space, there are certain financial services and products that have emerged. And when you look at those financial services and products, they are almost like a replica of traditional financial services. We speak of digital banking, we speak of issues of robo-advisory to see. They try to replicate traditional finance as we know it. But what is so unique about these alternative forms of finance and products that are coming up is the fact that they have an enabler, and that enabler is technology. So there are quite a number of suites of technology that enable fintech, right? But within the context of our presentation today, our engagement and discussion today, we are particularly interested in one technology, which is artificial intelligence. So you'd see that within the fintech context, we do make reference to fintech firms. And fintech firms is a very broad concept. It encompasses fintech startups, it encompasses the big technology companies, which I think Dr. Russell did in fact mention because of the presentation. And then it also includes what we now term the digitalized incumbent traditional financial institutions. And these are just simply the traditional banks or the traditional insurance company or pension company for insurance companies that are increasingly embracing technology and integrating technology into their operations. So now when we speak of fintech firms or fintechs, we no longer just restrict them to the newcomers that are entering into the financial services space, especially in terms of the fintech startups or the big techs. We're also referring to these digitalized traditional financial institutions that are also increasingly adopting and embracing fintech. So the idea is whenever I make reference to fintech firm, don't just think of fintech startups, or don't just think of big techs that are also now entering into the financial services space. Your mind should also take you to the traditional financial institutions that have become so digitalized that maybe it might not even be appropriate for us to still use the word traditional, so to say. But I think why we use that is to more or less try to make distinctions between the different players within the fintech space in terms of those that deliver services. So these sets or this pool of different fintech firms, they are able to deploy AI in their services and in their operations. From a legal angle, right, we wouldn't just want to identify the different use cases of AI in fintech. We would like to take an approach that looks at the exposure, especially from a risk perspective. So for the purposes of my presentation, I'll be identifying two key streams or two key aspects of your business operations under which you can, as a fintech firm, deploy or employ AI. Number one is your own internal operations. So we call this aspect your internal facing operations. And it encompasses quite a number of things. And then the second aspect is now the customer facing operations. So I think these concepts are a bit self-explanatory. So the customer-facing operations speaks to when the AI solution that you've deployed is almost a point of engagement in rendering your services to your customer. And it covers quite a number of things, including in terms of robo-advisors, your chatbots, which have been spoken about, your customer onboarding, authentication, and credit assessments. All these are issues where you're using the technology, not for your back-end functions. No, you're using them actually as a point of engagement or for you to render your service. But you can also use it for your internal facing operations in terms of your back office operations. Also, we know about regulatory compliance, RegTech, so to say. That's companies or firms now using technology solutions to kind of simplify or improve how they comply with regulations. The regulators are also doing that, and that's what we usually call supervisory technology. But from an exposure perspective, if you're using the fintech solution, right? If you're using AI in fintech, especially for your internal facing operations, the issue or the risk there would be more or less the internal exposures that you might have as a result of things going wrong. But if you're using it for your customer facing operations, then two key things can come up. Number one is you have exposure not just to the customer, but you also have that kind of exposure having more or less like a spillover effect on other aspects. So, but when we discuss further, we'll see how these things does in fact play out. So let's always think of these two key aspects of application of AI in fintech. So am I using it for just my internal operations, or am I also using it in terms of my customer-facing engagements? We are speaking to the legal aspects and legal considerations, right, for AI application in fintech. This conversation would be needless if the system that we are using in question is not an artificial intelligence. It's not an AI system. And the question then is the system in question you're deploying and for which you're trying to understand these key aspects of the risk, the responsibility, and the liability. Does it in fact qualify as an artificial intelligence system? That is a question that you would need the law to help you answer. And in some instances, would say it's easy to answer, especially in instances where you have some form of piece of legislation in place clarifying or defining what an AI system is. So typically, you're trying to deploy a system and you're trying to consider whether or not it qualifies as an AI system, especially for the purposes of regulatory compliance. We have to look at how the law defines it. And for the purposes of definition, we do separate between two forms of definitions. There's what we call the hard law definition, and there's also what we call the soft law definition. The hard law definition is more or less a definition that has the force of law, right? It's provided for by the law. And we can find these kind of definitions in quite a number of, will I say, frameworks. Number one is you can have that definition being contained in legislation, right? And when we speak of legislation, we're not just speaking to acts of parliament or acts of Congress, depending on what the lawmaking body in the country you operate in is called. We are speaking to also secondary laws that might be issued by the financial sector regulators or other regulators that deal with other issues. So you have to look at these different arms of legislation, both primary laws, which are laws that are typically made by lawmakers, like Congress, like parliaments, as the case may be. And then you also have the secondary laws, which in most climes, they will be referred to as delegated legislation. So it means in such a situation, it's not the lawmaker that is making the law. Instead, the lawmaker has delegated the power to make a law to a government institution or a person. So in this context, we should think of a financial sector regulator or another sectoral regulator that is also then issuing a subsidiary legislation in form of a regulation, a rule, a principle, a guide, or whatever it is. And then you also have the tertiary frameworks. Tertiary frameworks are more or less, some of them can be binding, some of them can be not binding. But they guide you in terms of how to interpret both primary laws and secondary laws, and also how to comply and follow with them, and how to follow them. In some instances, they will be referred to as guidance notes. So in some jurisdictions, that's how they will be referred to. So if you're looking for the definition of AI, you can look at it in what might be referred to as an AI-specific legislation. So this is a legislation that deals specifically with AI as its subject matter. You don't have too many of such laws in place currently, but most of us will have heard of the European Union's AI Act. Such a law clearly defines what AI means. And you also have other jurisdictions coming up with legislations that have in fact clarified what AI is. And these legislations and questions are dealing specifically with AI. However, there is another class of legislation. These legislations will not have AI as their central focus or theme. However, they also incorporate issues that have implications for AI. And for that reason, they might also have explanations or descriptions or definitions for AI. And that's now the second aspect of definition of AI in legislation. And if you look at data protection laws or data privacy laws, depending on the jurisdiction you're in, you would see that they do in fact make reference to AI and they do in fact make reference to issues of automated decision making. And if you look so closely, sometimes you might be fortunate enough to also see that the law in question defines what AI is. But what if you do not have, so now we've dealt with the first source of the definition of AI from a legal lens, which is more or less legislation. And we've talked about AI-specific laws, and we've also made reference to laws that deal with other subject matter, but they do in fact refer to AI, and fortunately or unfortunately for us, if they do in fact now also define what AI. But what if currently in the jurisdiction where you practice, maybe as a lawyer or also as an operator, a fintech operator, you do not have such a law in place. So the regulators have not clarified. Parliament at primary level, there is no law that clarifies that. Also at secondary level, there is no law that clarifies that. What do you then do? We also then encourage that in such a situation, you can make reference to non-binding policy documents. So often before legislation comes to be, you would see that policymakers and regulators might issue certain documents. And those documents will inform what the law would be. So also, you also want to look at those kind of documents, especially in instances where a binding law, a definition in the binding law does not exist. And this is now where we make reference to the soft law definitions. And you can find this in quite a number of instruments or documents, including national AI strategy and policy documents. You have quite a number of countries coming up with such documents. You also have what they call voluntary standards that certain jurisdictions are coming up with. This is the initiative that countries like Australia have taken. Some government bodies there have come up with voluntary AI standards. And then you have other research paper, working papers, as the case may be, that regulators might also issue. So you can look at those documents to have a sense of how AI is construed. But for the purposes of our discussion, we need to land somewhere. Again, because we have quite a number of people from different jurisdictions attending, we're unable to look at every jurisdiction's definition. So what we're going to do is look at a definition that has become very, very influential. And that is the definition of AI by the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, the OECD. It's influential because it has been embodied in certain AI legal frameworks that we're seeing. So if you look at the EU AI Act, the European Union AI Act, and you also look at the Council of Europe's Framework Convention on AI and Human Rights and Democracy and Rule of Law, you'd see that the definitions of AI in those frameworks are tailored after the definition that was actually advanced by the OECD. And how does the OECD define AI system? And maybe before I even go to how they define it, we should be clear. It is very arguable, right? Even in the research space and an academic space, you can debate these issues. You can be like, the definition is not exhaustive enough. The definition is too narrow. The definition is this and it's that. Yes, those are all valid arguments. But the point is, from a legal angle, you want to understand and know whether or not the system that you're deploying is captured by the law. And how you're going to understand that is by looking at how the law has described or defined it. So because understanding or knowing what AI is very key from a regulatory perspective, hardly would you see any law that deals with AI issues that does not advance the definition of AI. So how does OECD define AI? It defines it in terms of it being a system, a machine-based system that for explicit or implicit objectives infers from the input it receives, how to generate outputs, and quite a number of things. But the long and short is there are three key components that I have tried to draw from this definition. One is that you're dealing with a machine system. Number two is that the machine system works with data that is imputed into it. And then on the basis of the data that is imputed into it, it's also able to churn out certain or generate certain outputs. And those outputs are essentially the specific functions that your AI system would perform. If you look at the definition that the OECD gives, you'd see that it highlights certain functions, including the system making predictions, generating content, making recommendations, or even making decisions. And very importantly, those decisions are influential, both within a physical context and also within virtual environments. And then the OECD goes on to also say that different AI systems vary in the levels of the autonomy and adaptiveness after deployment. So what jumps out here is the previous presenters have in fact actually spoken to this aspect of AI in terms of its autonomy. So yes, you can control the initial stages, but there is also that tendency that the machine self-learn, and then it works in ways that might not have strictly complied with what you designed at the initial stage, as the case may be. So, but that's beside the point. For our purpose, we want to understand what are the key elements that should be embodied in the system that I'm deploying. And I know for a fact, or I know for sure, that this is going to be considered as an AI system under the law. And for that reason, I need to be very wary of the risk, the responsibility, and the liability. So within this definition, you would see that it also embodies this whole idea of AI model, and I think the previous presenters have spoken to that. So I will generally not touch on that as well. Another key thing to understand also is that AI systems do have what we call a life cycle. And this has been touched on a bit, but it's also relevant to the discussion that we're going to be having today. And what is that life cycle? It's quite a long one, but I've tried to just narrow it down into two, which is more or less you develop the system and then you deploy the system. There is a third leg, which is you can withdraw the system or decommission the system. And it's important to also note at this point, if you look at some certain AI frameworks like the EU Act, for example, the decision to withdraw your AI solution or system or to decommission it might actually be a regulatory order, might be a regulatory directive. So the law also comes into that decision of whether you want to decommission or put to an end to your AI system. But very, very importantly, let's take note of these two key concepts, the development and then also the deployment. You would see that issues of risk, issues of responsibility and liability emerge in these two key areas. And I also mentioned there are two key concepts that I initially did mention that we should also take note of. The internal application of the AI solution, whether you're using it for your internal operations or whether you're deploying it for your customer-facing operation. Another point that is very useful to highlight is the fact that beyond the definition, beyond the law defining what AI is, the law might also then go further and describe different categories of AI. In the course of earlier presentations, we've had concepts like machine learning, deep learning, and what have you. But you can also have the law having a peculiar way that it categorizes the different AI systems. I'll keep making reference to the EU Act because it's arguably one of the most comprehensive AI-specific laws we've seen so far. If you look at that particular piece of framework, you'd see that it does in fact categorize different forms of AI system, but it uses what we call a risk-based approach of categorizing them. You have the unacceptable AI system. You have based on risk. You also have the high-risk systems. You also have the medium risk and then low risk, so to say. So it takes a risk approach to categorize. So also within each of those different types of AI systems, so to say, based on the risk use, you also see that the law defines each and every one of them. So beyond looking at how the law has defined what AI is, it's also important that we also understand the different categories of AI that the law has recognized, because this would often differ from the categorization of AI that you see in your blogs or your journal articles, as the case may be. Also, there is a question as to whether within the jurisdiction that you operate, how is AI treated? Is it treated as a product or is it treated as a service? This goes to issues of whether if it's treated as a product, there's this whole issue about product liability. And product liability is often strict liability. And by strict liability, it means once you've caused the harm or once harm has happened and damage has happened and it can be connected to you, we do not need to prove that you were negligent in it. However, if it is a service, right? That's where this whole concept of negligence comes in. So we can show it's fault-based. So we must also show that you, in fact, in some certain way, contributed to the damage and you were negligent, you didn't take due care, there were certain steps that you could have taken to mitigate it, you didn't do that, the causation and what have you. So that would also influence those kind of issues. So typically, in some certain instances, if you have AI-specific legislations or AI-specific laws, they will do, in fact, clarify these issues. However, in certain instances, if you do not have such AI-specific laws, then you have to fall back to how the courts have dealt with such issues to know whether in your jurisdiction you're dealing with it with AI as a product or you're dealing with it as a service. So now we know what AI is, and we've tried to say, let us use the OECD's definition and also the OECD's categorization to have a sense of how the law might define AI and also categorize AI. So at this point, you looked at the applicable legislation, you've looked at both at the primary level or secondary level, you've scooped the entire legal corpus, if I could call it that, and you've seen that, yes, in fact, the system I'm about to deploy, or even if you do not have such a binding law in question, you've looked at the policy frameworks and you've seen that, yes, the policymakers or regulators have come up with some form of, or considered some form of definition for AI. So based on that, the next question is, so let's say at this point, you've resolved that, in fact, the system that you're about to deploy in your fintech operations, whether for internal operations or for your customer facing operations, qualifies as AI. So the next issue is, what are the key things that I'm supposed to look at, right? But before we look at the risk, before we look at the liability, we need to look at the key actors. And for the purposes of this presentation, I have tried to come up with 4. Know that different will I say professionals or experts in the field will probably have a different categorization. But I've taken this approach so as to simplify the risk, responsibility, and liability issues that might emerge, right? So number 1 is you have your AI developer. This is the guy that develops the system. And in developing the system, the AI developer might be developing it for their own use or also even for deployment. I think a typical example of this would probably be the very popular or common ChatGPT as we've come to understand it. Apart from developing the system itself, they've also gone further to also use it as a point of engagement. So they provide or render you a service through it, and you can even pay subscription fees to actually access the service. But you can also have a situation where someone develops and it's possible they don't even want to use it they're not using it to render any form of service, as the case may be, but it's also possible that they will now be sub-licensing it or licensing it to someone else, right? So we have the AI developer on the one hand, and then we also have the AI deployer. So strictly for the purposes of our presentation, we're thinking of the AI deployer as the person who uses the AI system to render a service, in our own case, financial service. So let's say maybe you have a robo-advisory app. So it's an AI-backed system ultimately. So you're using that as a point of engagement with your customers. Let's also say you have a RegTech solution that is powered by AI, and you're also using it for your regulatory compliance. Let's say you have an AI system that you're using for your fraud detection or to comply with anti-money laundering laws, all of that. So more or less, you're an AI deployer, especially within the context of you using it as a point of rendering services or doing certain things internally within your organization. So you're using the AI system. As I said, you're different from the AI developer, who is the person who develops the system, right? However, let's be clear on something. It's very, very possible, and I've alluded to this earlier, the person that develops the system can also be the person that deploys it. And we'll see the different relationships that can exist. So it's very possible that a fintech firm might choose to develop and deploy. It's possible that it might choose to just procure, right, the AI system from someone else. All of these are possible dynamics of the value chain of the AI system. Also, you now have the AI user. Some certain people would define the AI user to also mean the AI deployer, right? But for the purposes of our presentation and this discussion, so that all the issues are clear, the AI user is essentially someone who you've deployed the AI system. So the person is now making use of that AI system to access your services. Okay. So this is a financial customer. Let me call it that. That is probably using your chatbot to make complaints or to get responses to certain issues that they have, as the case may be. Or it might also be a customer that is using your robo-advisory app. So that's the AI user. And then we have the last but not the least, which is an affected person. We can also call it an affected user. But more or less, this is a person who may be an AI user in the sense that they are using your AI solution that you own or you have procured from another vendor. Or it might also be the case that they are not even using it, but however, they are impacted by the functions that are performed by the AI system in question. So let's say I'm a loan applicant. It's very possible that I didn't even apply for the loan in question from maybe a digital lender, a bank. I didn't even use your banking app or your digital lending app, as the case may be, to apply for the loan. However, after I did apply for the loan, maybe manually on paper, whatever, you used that data and some other data you've gathered for the credit scoring, risk assessments purposes. And then ultimately, the AI solution has helped you to come up with a prediction or a decision or whatever. And then based on that, you use it to say yes or no to my loan application. So in that case, I'm affected. So the affected person can be an AI user or it might not be an AI user. But the key thing there is that you're impacted or affected by the decision or actions or functions or whatever it is that the AI system does. I like to check in. So far, just by maybe raising hands or putting some, are you getting everything I'm saying up to this point, or have you lost me? So that I know whether I should go back or whether I should continue. I would like some feedback.
Guys, let's give feedback. I'm enjoying the presentation. It's quite insightful, yes.
Okay.
Let's hear from you.
Any other person?
Yeah, Livingston here. I'm following you.
Okay. Thank you so much. Okay. So I just want to be sure that I'm carrying the listeners along. I hope you're enjoying it as much as I'm enjoying it, because I'm also learning as I'm speaking. So, but generally, right, for a fintech firm looking to deploy, again, I always made that distinction between development and deployment. Deployment is when you're putting it to use, and you can put it to use for internal operations or you can put it to use for external operations. So generally, as a fintech, there are almost like 3 levels of how you would deploy AI. Number one is that you own the AI system. And in owning the AI system, you are the one that actually developed the system in-house, right? So to say, for an introductory course like this, I'm unable to discuss all the risks and liability and responsibility, but these are issues that we'll look at when we go further in the module, because there are different risk, liability, and responsibility issues that come up within that context when you own it by virtue of you building it. That's one way. Number two is you own the system, but you own the system not by virtue of you developing it in-house. Instead, what has happened is you have outsourced the development to another person. So a person built the solution and gave it to you. It depends on how you want to manage it. It might be the case that they develop it and give it to you and then they go away, or they will still be part of the management of and administration and whatever the case may be of the solution. So that's another way. Then there is now the third part, which is the cheapest and which is likely in the market. This is what you would see most fintech firms, especially the fintech startups. The big techs and the digitalized financial institutions are able to do the first two. However, for the fintech startups, you're still raising capital to be able to even put out your fintech solution out there. So now also coming up with this huge and bulk amount of money to actually do either of these two things might be too much for you. So you might go to the third angle, which is more or less, you do not own the AI system. Instead, you're leveraging the AI system of another third party. And you know, this is the person we refer to as the developer, but it might not necessarily be the developer. For those of us that are very familiar with how software sale happens, you can have a reseller arrangement, right? Which is more or less somebody develops the solution, but they also then give it to somebody, and then the person now resells on their behalf. Technology transfer arrangements. And in some countries, you'd see that you need to register those kind of arrangements, but that's not our interest. Our interest is there are 3 scenarios of how you can deploy AI system. One is you own it because you developed it in-house. Number 2 is you didn't develop it in-house, but you own it by virtue of procuring somebody or getting somebody to build it for you. And then the third but not the least is you're leveraging the AI system that is provided to you by another person, whether the person that developed it or a reseller or a vendor, whatever the case is, but you're using somebody else's solution. Okay. So as I said, these are things that we need to unpack, but we cannot unpack it for a session like this because I'll keep you here for long, but I'll touch on it a bit. So now this is almost like the heart of the presentation. We understand what fintech is. Beyond understanding what fintech is, we've understood the key actors, right? And within those key actors, we've talked about the AI developer, I've talked about the deployer and all of that. And that key actor will be the regulator, which will emerge. The regulator now is the person that regulates both the process of development and also the process of deployment. And in the financial sector regulator will typically not have jurisdiction over the financial sector regulator typically issues licenses for people to provide financial services. It doesn't issue license for people to go and develop softwares or develop AI systems, as the case may be. So for that reason, you'd see that as a fintech firm, you already have a license with your regulator. For that reason, your regulator would always come to you in most jurisdictions. However, it becomes more complex in the European Union context. Why? Because they have an European Union AI Act, and that act in question creates an entirely new regulator, so to say, if I can call it that, the AI office. So apart from your financial sector regulator and other general regulators, which I'll explain by the way, you also now have an AI regulator, so to say. So it's a lot, but again, depends on what your operation interests are, and there are always measures to address all of that. So we know all those key actors. And we've also talked about the dynamics of how you can, in fact, deploy AI as a fintech firm. Now we're going into the three key issues of the risk. What are the risks? So now at this point, I know that my AI system is, the system I'm using qualifies as an AI system. I know that for sure, right? I have identified a deployment strategy, and I mentioned three. So it's either I'm developing it in-house, or I'm getting somebody to build it for me and I own it, or I'm leveraging someone else's solution. So at this point, we know which option we've chosen. Now we're looking to issues of, so what are the legal issues that come up? There are three key legal issues that come up in terms of what are the risks of me deploying this AI system, especially from an internal operations perspective or even a customer-facing perspective. As I mentioned, if you're using it for customer-facing operations, it means you're going to be exposed to some customer-related risks, if that makes any sense. Also, if you're using it for internal operations, for example, if you're using it for regulatory compliance, so you have an AI RegTech regulatory technology solution you're using in-house. It means if that solution is unable to flag any regulatory issue or address or deal with any regulatory issue that you have intended that you should address, you are then exposed to some form of risk to the regulator. But if you're using it for your customer-facing operations, apart from the exposure that you have to the customer, you also have some form of exposure to the regulator. Because you'd see that in some certain instances, apart from you having exposure to kind of compensate the customer for poor customer protection or whatever that you've done, you might also be exposed to some form of fines or sanctions from even the regulator. So the use case of AI in fintech. Now, I'm not even speaking to whether you're using it for fraud detection or whatever, just generally within those two contexts, there are different risk levels. So the risk, the liability, and then also the responsibility. So we need to understand what these three key concepts are. We need to know what they mean. Beyond knowing what they mean, we also want to know who does it sit with, because at this point, you're an AI guy, you're a fintech guy, and you're looking to deploy it. So who does the risk sit with? And I'm thinking by now, your mind is already going to a situation where, let's say, for example, I do not own the system. I'm leveraging the system or the solution of another third party. So in such a situation, who should bear the risk? Who should bear the responsibility? And who should bear the liability? But before we go into that, we need to understand what these concepts are. Then also, at the end of the presentation, we'll be looking at issues of how to identify, prevent, minimize, and also remedy these risks as they come up. So what is risk? So the easiest way, just associates risk with harm. So risk is a combination of the probability of the occurrence of harm and the severity of that harm. So this definition is in fact lifted from the EU AI Act. That's how it defines risk. So risk is there is a possibility that something would go wrong. And in such a situation, there are different people that can be impacted by that thing that goes wrong. So which is the harm in question. It can be harm to the customer. It can be harm to you internally, right? Someone can also say it can be harm to the regulator because if you breach or if there's an infraction of regulatory requirements, someone would say you've also harmed the regulator because it means the regulator might more or less not have scaled that requirement that they should enforce the law to the letter, as the case may be. So there are those issues. So that is the risk, the possibility, the probability. There is a chance that harm would come up. Something would go wrong by virtue of you using your AI in fintech. Then number two is responsibility. Responsibility deals with who has a duty or an obligation. And please, let's note, this is not a moral duty or a moral obligation. This is a legal duty. So it's a duty that is required by law to comply with. A legal duty, because you can have a moral duty. Sometimes, if you have a moral obligation on something, often it doesn't come with legal sanctions, right? Or legal liability, which we'll explain subsequently. But if you have a legal duty and you fail to uphold that legal duty, then sometimes it can actually come with some legal liabilities, which can be in different forms. So responsibility, it's also referred to as accountability sometimes, is your duty or obligation to ensure that certain standards, requirements, or behaviors are upheld. So in your deployment of AI systems or AI solutions, either internally or externally in your customer interfacing operations, what responsibilities do you have? And often you would see that you are required to perform these responsibilities so that you will avoid the risk from materializing. And we defined risk in terms of the harm that is likely to happen. So if you don't adhere to these responsibilities, there is a likelihood that some people are going to suffer harm. And if people suffer harm, now that's the third part, which I think no fintech wants to ever find itself, which is the fact of liability. So you have responsibility to do something, you fail to do it. So that means more or less you failed to mitigate or address a risk, and then harm has happened. And when the harm happened, often than not, you'd see that there is liability. And liability is just the legal responsibility that you have in terms of your actions. So the law is holding you responsible for either your actions. It might be something that you've done or something you failed to do, especially if those actions or omissions result in some form of harm or damage to another person. So at this point, we understand those three key elements. We'll still break down each and every one of them to see the examples of the risk, to see examples of the liability, to see examples of the responsibilities. Okay? Apart from this, I've mentioned three key aspects, which is the legal risk, the responsibility, and liability. But beyond this, there's also what we talk about, the rights, right? The rights aspect of AI systems. So now you're also seeing conversations and debates around whether AI systems can be conferred some certain forms of rights, especially as it relates to like intellectual property rights. But that's not our interest today. So, but I just thought to mention it. You'd see that in some countries, like in South Africa, you see that some time ago, the patents authority in the country did in fact grant an AI system a patent. And you'd also see developments in the US suggesting that the patent authority there is also not generally averse to the idea of machines owning patents, but the patent authority then also goes further to kind of highlight some certain requirements or preconditions for an AI system to be able to be conferred that right of ownership of patents. And you also have these debates ranging in copyright, but that's not our interest. But also know that within that legal aspect, there's also an issue of legal rights. So because, so far we're dealing with the legal risk, the legal responsibility, and the legal liability. So I would want to argue that the application of, from a legal angle, a legal perspective, I would like to argue that this whole idea of this whole idea of AI application in fintech. When I think about it or I look at it from a legal lens, I would also want to say it fits within what we call fintech law and regulation. And in fintech law and regulation, we're usually very interested in two key things. What rules or laws apply to fintech? And then also who is responsible for enforcing these laws, right? Generally, in fintech regulation, we do make a distinction between core regulations and regulators for financial services providers, even fintech firms. And then we also talk about certain regulations that are general. So the core ones are ones that they are almost exclusive to financial services providers, in the sense that if I am working in the hotel industry, for example, I'm not required to comply with these rules. However, the general regulations and regulators are the ones that apply generally. A typical example would be your data protection laws. So your data protection laws is a general law in the sense that it applies to every industry. However, when you look at your prudential regulations, look at your conduct of business rules that apply to the financial sector, those rules and also the regulators that enforce them, they are kind of confined to those that are involved in the provision of financial services, okay? But you have general laws and you have general rules that apply to all sectors beyond just the financial sector. And for this reason, we do mention things like consumer protection regulators and regulations, competition authorities, data protection, even anti-money laundering issues. So these are issues that cut across sectors and are just confined. So this is just to lead us to the subsequent conversation. And then also there's a regulator, which I did mention. In some certain jurisdictions, we are seeing AI-specific regulators coming up. However, in most jurisdictions, what we are seeing is the existing regulators are the ones that will still need to deal with AI issues, whether in financial services or in fact, every other sector as the case may be. So for this reason, you want to know your prudential regulator, your conduct of business regulator, and what have you. So now we've identified the legal risk. Well, not that we've identified the specific examples, but we've talked about the fact that there's a legal risk, there's a responsibility, and there's a liability. These issues are projected by the law, right? These things do not just fall from thin air. They are things that we can either see in the law or they are things that are projected by the law. The risks particularly are certain protections. So you can understand them from the harm. So don't discriminate in the provision of your financial services. That can be, do not harm customers by discriminating them when extending financial services. From that sense, we're looking at AI application in fintech within the context of the likelihood that it might lead to us actually harming customers by discriminating them. So what am I saying? In a nutshell, when we look at the law, the legal framework for AI, including in terms of its application in fintech, that's when we're now going to understand these issues better. So what are these different levels of law? So often people will just make reference to legislation, but legislation is just one form of law. There are many other forms of law. There are many sources of law. There are other laws. So law is a very broad concept in this context. It doesn't just refer to legislation, which is laws that are made by lawmakers or based on delegated legislation. We have to look at the entire gamut of laws. And for these purposes, we need to understand that AI application in fintech can have implications across various aspects of law, including the constitution and quasi-constitutional legislation. So in most countries, you would have a constitution, and that constitution might have a Bill of Rights or have a section that deals with issues of fundamental human rights. And one of the key rights that are often entrenched are issues of the right against discrimination, so non-discrimination. Also, in Europe, for example, you would have certain laws or conventions that do in fact recognize the right to data privacy or the right to data protection as a constitutional right in the Bill of Rights. That's not the practice in the constitutional text of most other countries. But the point is, you'd also see that when you're looking at AI application in fintech or in finance generally, you shouldn't just think of legislation. You should also think of the constitutional implications that the application can have, especially from a discrimination perspective. And I don't need to even delve on this so much because the issue of the bias that can come up with the application of fintech and all of that has already pointed to the likelihood of discrimination. I will touch on it a bit further, but these are the issues we're speaking to. And then also there's legislation, which is the obvious one. So in terms of legislation, you have AI-specific legislation. Not so many of these are coming up, right? But we're seeing them gradually emerging. And I can also refer to some certain trackers that can help you to track what is happening. In fact, White & Case is the law firm, and it has a tracker for AI law and regulation development in almost across the globe. So it's often a very good tracker. There are other trackers as well that you can use to really track the legislative and policy developments for AI. It's very good for your business, not just in the market you're operating currently, but also in the market you're looking to operate, right? So when you look at the legislation, you'd also have AI-specific legislations that are of general application. A good example will also be the EU Act, the EU AI Act. It doesn't just apply to financial services, it applies to every sector. You also have certain instances where the legislation will be specific because it is of special application and not of general application. What do I mean here? So if you have an AI framework that is specifically for maybe the education sector, in our own case, for the financial services sector, and then you also have hybrid. Hybrid also is reflected in the EU AI Act. Why? Because there are certain provisions of that legislation of that act in question that address issues of AI use in the financial sector. So we've talked about the Constitution as one legal framework. We've also identified AI-specific laws, including whether they are AI-specific laws of general application or special application. And then also, generally in fintech, there is this principle or concept of technology neutrality, which most regulators adhere to. The heart of the concept or principle is essentially is that the focus should always be on the activity that the financial services provider is undertaking and not the technology that it's using. So if there are certain activities that legal requirements have been established for, the focus should be on whether or not you've complied with those activities. In terms of you've complied with what the law says for those activities, irrespective of whether you are using technology to comply with those activities. So for example, from an anti-money laundering perspective, there are certain transactions that you need to flag. And when you flag them, you report them, right, to a designated regulatory authority. In such a situation, the regulator is not so concerned whether you've chosen to have a human being that sits on the system and does that flagging and identification and reporting, or whether you've chosen to use an AI solution to do the flagging. Same thing from a customer service perspective. If the financial consumer protection laws say that you should respond to a customer's complaints within 24 hours of the customer laying the complaint, right? If you have a human being that does that activity, good and fine, they should comply with that 24 hours timeline. If you deploy an AI solution, that 24 timeline should also be complied with. So if you find yourself in a situation where, due to some technical glitches or some faults, the AI system goes down and the customer makes a complaint and they do not get a response within 24 hours, you're still going to have responsibility to comply and also liability that would follow because you failed to comply with that 24 minutes timeline. Why? Because the technology neutrality concept or principle says we do not care the technology we use. We just care about the activity. So because of this whole concept, you'd see that in most jurisdictions, existing laws would apply to fintechs that are using AI to perform certain activities, especially if those activities are defined by the law. So this will include your prudential requirements. Most jurisdictions have laws touching on issues of IT governance, cybersecurity, and what have you. Even consumer and investor protection, data protection laws. So the fact you're deploying technology doesn't really make any difference. What matters is there an activity and is that activity accommodated under the law? And then you also have your judicial cases, your common law, and then also treaties. So these are all the gamut of the frameworks that apply. So now let's go specifically to each of these issues. So if you look at the legal and regulatory risk, we are more or less thinking of those risks that would involve you violating or breaching the law. However, there are other forms of risk. You have risk to society, financial, even so some of these risks are actually, they overlap each other. So for example, if a legal risk materializes and a customer suffers harm or you fail to comply with an obligation, it might also then trigger financial risk in the form of the regulator imposing a fine on you. And if the regulator is also a name and shame kind of regulator, they might also then put your name in the site and then say, we find this person for so violation. So you also then also suffer reputational risks. So the point is, the legal risks are not isolated. They are interdependent with other risks. So the legal risks, as I mentioned, are more or less the harm that are likely to happen. And one thing that we should know within the context of AI application in fintech is that what you're using the AI system for will determine the kind of risk that will be suffered. We will determine the level or the gravity of the risk. And I've tried to touch on this a bit. And I've also mentioned the fact that if the risk does in fact materialize, it means harm would happen. And if harm happens, that is when the issue of liability would come up. So the question we should be asking ourselves now, within the context of AI deployment in fintech, right? When does this risk arise? And also, who bears the risk? It arises both when you're developing. I talked about the life cycle of AI, both when you're developing and you're deploying the system. So we should be clear on that there are risks and harm that can emerge from both two stages. But beyond that, we should be very clear on something. There are different dynamics. So if you have a situation where you do not own the AI system, you are leveraging the AI system of a third party. The contractual arrangements you have with that AI vendor, if I can call them that, would define to some certain extent whether they would also be involved in managing the risk. Because you've identified the risk. Now is you're trying to manage it or address it so that it doesn't materialize and cause harm. So the point is, who is responsible? As a fintech firm, know that you're always going to be responsible. Why are you going to be responsible? One is by virtue of the license that you have from your regulator.
Doc.
That creates yes?
Yeah, you're coming to the top of the hour, so.
Okay,
yeah.
Okay, I'll rush through it.
It's a long day, so.
Okay, so how many minutes do I have? Let me know the parts I'll skip.
You're left with 10 minutes.
10 minutes. Okay, no, I'll be done before that. So always know that would happen. Definitely. You're always going to have the obligation to ensure that you address the legal risk. So that would be addressing the issue of the responsibility. And that is always going to be there, right? So, but you can also then think of how you want to manage the risks. Do you also want to outsource that obligation? Do you want someone else to join you on board in addressing it? That would depend on the contract. It will depend on the ownership and whether you've outsourced some certain responsibilities. So, but there are different forms of risk. I'll not touch so much on this because these have been referred to. You have issues of the bias, the fairness and discrimination risk. You also have data privacy or data protection risks that would come up. You also have transparency and explainability risk that would come up. The bias one is more or less, especially from an issue of unfairness. So unfairness, we usually speak of it when the application of the AI solution would result in some certain groups of people or a certain person getting more preferential treatment than other. Discrimination is now when the bias that the system generates is such that it makes some certain persons or group of persons to be disadvantaged because of some certain protected attributes. And those protected attributes will involve things like your age, your race, and what have you. So in data privacy, I think this has been touched on. I will not look at that so much. And then also there is risk around transparency and explainability. So in financial consumer protection laws, often there are certain disclosure obligations that are required of you when you take certain decisions, right? If you leverage or you just use the AI system to come to that decision, the sad thing that would happen in such a situation is you might not be able to really explain because of the black box problem that comes with AI systems. And the operational risk, cybersecurity risk, compliance risk, all of these are risks that I think would look at further when we progress more in the program. So now we know what the risks are. Then the question is, who has responsibility for managing these different risks? I think I've already touched on it a bit. But when we speak of the legal responsibility, it's just that obligation or responsibility that you have to ensure that the AI system operates in a manner that is ethical, fair, transparent, and compliant with rules and regulation, especially so as to avoid harm. So there are different angles to it, the ethical harm to it, the fair, and then the transparency parts to it. And then that responsibility is what helps us to know who will be liable when harm does in fact happen. And the responsibility is also both at the development stage and at the deployment stage, right? And the responsibility would depend on quite a number of dynamics. But always know that there are certain instances, especially when you're procuring, let's say somebody is building the system for you, or it's the case that you're leveraging the solution of a third party. In such situations, contractually, subject to any limitation that the law might set, it's possible for you to dance around responsibility. Yes, the regulator is always going to look at you, but you can also then share that responsibility with someone else, right? Contractually, if the law allows you to do so. But always know that as the fintech firm deploying it, because of the contractual relationship you have with the financial customer, and then also with the license you have with your regulator, you're always going to be required to comply. And also you'd have that responsibility to comply with whatever regulatory requirements that exist. So now for liability, even for responsibility and liability, there is this question as to whether we can blame the AI system. And I think there is a case in Canada around this. It's involved an airline and the passenger, but the person more or less relied on the information that the chatbots of the airplane, and then the person suffered harm or damage as a result of it. And then the airline operator was trying to deny liability on the grounds that you should blame the AI system. So our AI system legal person? Because in law, often if you want to confer or you want to impose liability, it's often on a legal person. And for now, we recognize two types of legal persons, a natural person or a juristic person. So what I would simply say, in most jurisdictions, right, AI has not yet been conferred legal personhood for the purposes of responsibility or liability. So it means as a fintech firm, always know that you cannot shift the liability or the responsibility to your AI guy, right? And then the liability can come in different angles, as I've mentioned. It can be that you're breaching a fundamental right. It can be that you're breaching a regulatory requirement and what have you. It can also be a contractual liability. So there are quite a number. And then there's also this vicarious liability, which comes about when a fintech firm is deploying AI solutions. The fintech firm is an abstraction, is a company, is a creation of law. So you do not do things yourself. You have employees or people that do things on your behalf. So what those people do, the law will now hold you responsible for it. So an AI firm can never be held to be saying, no, it's not the company that did it, it was the employee. So, but there are certain requirements for that. So with all these things that we know so far, the point is, how do we address them? So number one is there is a need for what they call AI governance. So AI governance is a very big framework that's or a big practice or a big process, but it encompasses all the policies you have in place, the frameworks you have in place, the practices that you have in place, and also processes as an organization you put in place to ensure that you identify all the risks that are embedded in your use of AI in your operations. You implement those policies and practices, you manage them, and then you also oversee everything that has to do with development, deployment, and use of AI system. The point is that you're identifying the risk, you're managing them, you're even addressing them, even if harm should happen, if that case comes up. So that's why you need a robust AI governance framework. And then also, because of the data privacy issues that come up, there's always that need for a data protection impact assessment or a data privacy impact assessment. But it's more or less something that you do to analyze, to identify and minimize data protection issues that come up with the project. In this case, your deployment of AI. And then embedded within this whole process of AI governance, there might also be a need for you to do an AI impact assessment, which is what we've tried to do here, but it's also a very extensive practice that will also even include the data protection impact assessments. And then there is now also this whole idea of regulatory sandbox. So it's a controlled environment that a regulator may set up. Most jurisdictions do not have this, but if you happen to operate in a jurisdiction that has this, always exploit before you deploy your AI solution, because what it does for you is the regulator has oversights and then asks some questions, a controlled environment where you can test your solution before you fully launch it to the market. And then definitely there are audits that would need to happen. And then there's the contracting issues, because I talked about the different ways that you can deploy. And then also, if you're using it for your customer-facing operations, what kind of contractual arrangement? So if you have a robo-advisory app, for example, what terms of use does your customer sign? Those are all issues you have to look at. Then also, because harm is almost inevitable in some certain instances, you want to look at issues of liability, insurance that you might take. And then there is definitely why this kind of workshop is important, literacy. And literacy here is not just internally for your staff. Literacy is also for the financial customer. So what kind of literacy tools are you putting or embedding in your AI solution, in your chatbot, as the case may be, to ensure that customers understand all the harm and the risk and the transparency generally, and also how to use your solution? So I think I'll conclude with that. Thank you so much. It was a long presentation, but I tried as much as possible to shorten it. But I hope I didn't bore you all through the way and you picked up one or two things. Even if you didn't pick up anything, please pick up the part I spoke to: the risk, the responsibility, and the liability. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thanks very much. It was quite insightful. I like the part about creating the structures, which is the governance, doing your audit, and having your data protection in place. So, and I can't wait till the next session that we can dive deeper.
Go deeper on this. Yes, definitely.
So, yeah, we are getting to the top of the hour. Any quick questions, comments, please?
Yes, hi, Greg here. Thank you.
Go ahead, yeah.
Yes, thanks. Just from a North American perspective, we sign non-disclosure agreements when we sit down with all stakeholders. What's your thoughts on putting a clause in regarding AI in your NDA?
So I'll probably need more information or more context. So what is the NDA for? And why are you including an AI clause in the NDA? Just to be clear so that I know how to come in.
Yeah, no, that's what I thought. Being in South Africa, maybe that's just the business norms here. So maybe we can take that offline.
Okay, no problem.
Have you look at what an NDA is.
Maybe let's rephrase it. The point is that if I'm signing a non-disclosure agreement, it's
Mhm.
that I'm opting that the information that I'm going to consume will be kept in a certain manner.
Okay.
Now, can I sign to say that, look, AI will not consume that information?
Okay. Yes, I think it's okay. If that's the question, then I think it's what do I put it now? It would be an ideal practice. Why? Because as we understand it, some certain AI modules, right? If you feed certain information into them, they would in fact use that data or information that you fed into them to also build on the module. So it almost means that the information to some certain extent is almost like publicly available to any other person that might be using that particular AI solution. So this is an issue that if you read ChatGPT, if you read the terms of use of ChatGPT, it does in fact give you that caveat that you should not impute confidential information into it. And that's why quite a number of organizations actually have policies or practices that say, do not impute our company private or confidential information into AI solutions, whether even one used by the company or the one you're using privately. So from that angle, yes, it's very, very advisable that you say that, especially if the NDA agreement itself would probably not have any confidential information. The non-disclosure agreement is to set the stage for sharing of confidential information. So the point is more or less, the NDA should clarify that that confidential information that will be shared on the basis of the NDA should not, in fact, be fed into any AI system. So yes, that's a very advisable practice, especially because of the nature of how some certain AI solutions work. But how you monitor that is now an entirely different conversation. That's why sometimes some people would say you should have a certification that you issue from time to time to say that you've complied with the terms of the NDA. So that's what I would recommend in such a situation.
Okay, thank you.
Any more questions, comments, please?
I have a question actually.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So when conducting international trades, let's say, when we're bringing AIs from different countries, and the biggest issue everybody has obviously is the IP protection. How can we ensure that our collaborators are protected in the different countries that they would be launching in?
Are you speaking from a data perspective? Is it the protection of the data?
Yes.
Okay, so there are different I'll speak from both a legal angle and a corporate angle. So from a legal angle, right, most data protection laws have provisions of what they call data localization and data transfers. So even without looking at what your corporate practice is, I would say the law or most data protection laws do in fact afford you some certain level of protection. What those laws will simply be saying is that there are preconditions for you to transfer data out of one jurisdiction to another jurisdiction. Generally, the laws would set the requirements that need to be met by the other jurisdiction for you to be able to transfer data there, right? In some certain instances, even if you look at some certain policies in place that some certain companies would use, they would generally do, in fact, say that we do not transfer data to this location. And the reason for that is simply because maybe they do not have adequate either data protection laws or enforcement mechanisms there. However, there are certain exceptions. So generally, the ideal thing is you should only be sharing your data with a jurisdiction that has adequate data protection laws and also enforcement frameworks. If they do not, it's not ideal that you send it there because of data breach issues happening. And we know that most data protection laws have what we call long arm provision. Long arm in the sense that I do not operate in this particular jurisdiction, but if my data processing activities would impact somebody in that jurisdiction, then by extension, I can also have some form of responsibility and liability. Okay. So from that angle, one has to also take into account the jurisdiction where you're sending it. So generally look at it. Do they have adequate laws and do they have regulatory frameworks there that protect it before you do that? But you can also rely on other grounds to transfer data. Often it's based on consent. But the best practice generally is look at the jurisdiction. Are they jurisdictions that have adequate laws and protections before you do that? If you do not have that in place, then in your contracts with your partners or collaborators, make sure that you have extensive indemnity provisions, in extensive risk allocation provisions that will address instances where things go wrong. Because you can be responsible and you can be liable, but also if it's a civil liability, not a criminal liability, there is a possibility that you can also pass it to someone else. So I think that's what I would say. I don't know if I answered your question or I confused you more.
No, you answered it. This is great.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank
You're
you.
welcome. You're welcome.
Okay, I think we have the room to take a last question, quick question. Any questions or comments, please? And I think the legal aspect is going to be very important as we navigate this unknown areas.
No, definitely,
Human
Doc.
and machine interactions. Yes.
Yes. If for the more advanced courses, we look at specific laws, both general laws and financial sector specific AI laws, and we'll see how the laws are dealing with them. But it's an emerging field. No one can, in fact, say they will know what will happen or will not happen. We are still monitoring the space to see how regulators are going to react. But if you're doing robo advisory, there's almost certainty that your regulator might have come up with some form of subsidiary legislation to address it. We are seeing that happening in quite some markets. So it depends on the use case. And we'll see, these are issues we'll look at in further more advanced levels of the study.
Okay, thank you very much. Can we thank our presenter? Please turn on your mic and let's give it up for him. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Dr. Puja.
Thank you so much. Thank you for listening. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Doc, for the presentation.
Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah.
So we have our last presentation, but not the list. I know it has been a long day, but we're almost there. So a big thank you to the folks who have stayed from the very beginning. It has been a long journey, but we're getting to the end. Baham, are you there?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. I can see you. How are you doing?
Good, great. Thank you, Dr. Kawani. How are you doing?
I'm doing well, yes. So you're welcome to our class. We started this journey a couple of hours ago, and some strong people are still here. We are using Zoom, and there are some folks also on YouTube. So those are the two channels that we are reaching out to. So without much ado, I want to hand over the reins of presentation to you. So take it over.
Thank you so much for your invitation and all the participants around the world. Could you please confirm that you can see my presentation here?
We can see the presentation, although we can see you.
Okay.
It's showing up now, yes.
All right, sounds great. So first of all, thank you everyone for being here and on this very emerging topic, AI, artificial intelligence, especially in the fintech domain. To give you a bit of background about myself very quickly, I have experience and a privilege to deliver so many projects and innovation and products at a business and product and technology level in fintech, paytech, and cybersecurity sectors. So let's dive into the presentation. So here we are going to have some kind of a very high level strategic guidelines for ethical, resilient, compliant, and human-centric AI, artificial intelligence. So in this chapter, we're going to very quickly have a look at the trends of AI in fintech. I'm sure all the participants, you're already aware of the trends and examples and what's happening. And we're going to cover ethical and effective use of AI in fintech. I know Dr. Albert and Russell and other lecturers, they already covered this area. It's worth just very quickly wrap it up as well. And also data privacy and protection in AI-driven fintech services. And one of our main focus in this presentation will be cybersecurity risk associated with AI applications in fintech, and with a focus on data and AI, because data is the input to all the AI systems and it's of great importance. And also regulation and compliance, we're going to fast track it due to the time limit. And here we start with some trends, examples, and a strategic impact. So basically, 70% of financial services leaders reported that generative AI tools have potential or benefits rather than risk for their organization, as per Gartner. And majority of FI and financial institutes and fintechs already introduced AI initiatives and budgets, which is ongoing and expanding. And FIs and fintechs can prove their productivity by up to 30% by adopting AI, as per the research so far. And for example, to give you just very few examples all across the board, like JP Morgan Chase, they have contract intelligence that interpret commercial loan agreements and significantly reduce the processing time. Wells Fargo employs an AI-driven chatbot on Facebook Messenger, which I call it social banking, to drive the traffic from the social platforms, digital platforms, into the banking and fintech services, which is a very novel. I had few solutions and products on that end as well. And as well as Amex prevents fraud and cybercrime with NVIDIA AI solutions more on the hardware and firmware levels. And the list of examples, real life examples, can go on. These are just very few that I could think of. So what are the decision makers at C-level are thinking about the AI? So there's a very high percentage that they all agree on the AI positive impact ahead of them. So as you can see, from short term to mid-term to long term, the agreement of its positive impact on the business increases. Also, one of the major aspects of AI applications, and they concern about the cybersecurity. That's why it's one of the core topics that we're going to discuss today. So the strategic impact. Artificial intelligence, let's look at it as a complementary technology and powerful tool. It still requires human validation at this point. And regulations also emphasize the same. So AI is at technology S curve, which is a very well-known like S kind of curve in terms of technology maturity and adoption rate, and is still prone to hype and bubble effect. However, AI is here to stay and mature, like I would say, for the longest time. And it has diverse potential applications and major positive impact on fintechs end-to-end, to name a few: operational efficiency, process automation, human resource, cybersecurity and fraud prevention or detection, as well as the personalization, data utilization, customer acquisition and retention, and across the board on products and services. So, and above mentioned has been acknowledged and actioned by major academia, industry C-level, and top research bodies such as Gartner, PwC, and so on. So the ethics, since this cover has been extensively covered by the previous lecturers, and I really enjoyed those lectures, I'm gonna just very fast track it. So ethical AI use requires transparency, accuracy, accountability, morale, fairness, and inclusion, and in decision making, to avoid bias outcome, particularly in areas of like credit and lending and approval processes, to avoid any kind of discrimination, or just to if you could please mute your mic, I would really appreciate it. And the important aspect of it is human-centric design and operation. So fintech companies should design AI tools that prioritize the user's well-being and ensure that the key decisions are understandable, appealable, and not entirely reliant on automation. This aligns well with OECD AI principles, since 5 years, 2019, which advocates for human oversight of AI systems, as we talked earlier as well. And also recent fintech surveys confirmed the same perception from end user point of view. There was just a research from our friends from Embryonics in Canada just came out. Although a great proportion of users across different demographics and age, they confirmed that they have used AI at least once in the last year, or they frequently use it, but the skepticism from end user point of view is still there. So it's very important to optimize the false rejection rate and false approval rate to avoid those kind of risks that we mentioned before. And by that we mean that we have to train AI with real life data, with iterative, quantitative benchmarking, with version control, business value outcomes, and KPIs. For example, if you have an AI system that approves the loans, you have to have, this AI is going through optimization and iterations, right? As you move forward with a new version of it and optimize algorithms inside it. So, or maybe marry more data into it. So you have to have a very precise benchmark with SMEs and functional owner, like the experts from your fintech or bank division that they are on loans, to see if the outcome of AI is compatible with previous legacy versions, and also how the AI is doing it compared to itself in each iteration. So to minimize the gap and reduce the amounts and percentage of FRR and FI. So, and also AI systems to be optimized in benchmark, as we said, and it needs to be cross-functional collaboration and NS and SME oversights from each division. Another example is that if you have an AI system that facilitates the human resource inside the organization with internal users, so you have to have the functional SMEs, subject matter experts from that division to oversight the output of the data and each version of the AI that you roll out internally to see that the KPIs are improving. And it's very, I see that AI, artificial intelligence, is very similar to trajectory of digital identity or digital verification, authorization, and authentication systems in financial domain. For example, we used to have question-based verification, mainly provided by the telco consortium. It was not, the FRR and FAR was very low, but once it got replaced by National Digital Identity, DIAC in Canada, or the digital verification and biometric, AI-powered biometric verification or onboarding systems, those KPIs improve like tremendously. And the compliance. So we're going to have a great pause on compliance, and let's just do a snapshot at how the compliance is elaborating. Basically, GDPR or CCPA ensures fintech institutions maintain ethical AI practices, and documentation, updates, and consumer right and antitrust also really matter. AI, look at it as a system. So there are specific regulation and compliancy associated with the AI, but it's a subset of the whole, I would say, software or banking products and services. So whatever the rules apply on the products in fintech domain or financial services domain, it applies on AI as well. On top of that, as I mentioned, we have specific rules and regulations about AI. So data/user privacy. So the data privacy concerns. With sheer volume of personal financial data processed by AI, institutions might comply with privacy laws like GDPR or CCPA, Bill 375 since 2018. These regulations emphasize the data minimization, encryption, and ensuring explicit customer consent. So basically, you don't have to reinvent the wheel or think about all the operational or technological kind of risk associated with AI. Once you comply, you already address a lot of concerns that have been studied extensively. And customer consent and data use. So it's very important, like any other system in fintech and banking, to have a very customer consent protocols in place. And GDPR can be a good guideline. You might have regional or local or national or provincial kind of rules and regulations as well. Like in Canada, we got Wikipedia for user privacy, and we have a couple of provincials as well, like Alberta or BC, if my memory serves right, that if you want to introduce and tap into those markets, your end users, you better comply with those. And another aspect of it is that it needs to be really easy to understand for the users, okay? The users are regular, typical folks down there doing other kinds of businesses. They are not tech savvy necessarily. So instead of providing them with complex terms and conditions that we see in traditional banking, it's better to just provide some kind of a human language. Okay, we're going to use this system and we're going to use this set of data from you, and it's upon your request that we could purge this access or this data, and it's under your control. Something very human language, I would say. And data integrity and accuracy also like is very important. We tap into the data section, GDPR Article 5, as well as ISO IAC 27001 also standards. It's outlined rigorous data management practices to prevent mishandling or error. So these are very good preventive measures in place. And also, as I mentioned, regional, federal, and provincial laws apply. I give you an example about Wikipedia for user privacy, for example, in Canada. So security. So we're going to dive into security and with a bit more focus on the cybersecurity. We know that the fraud volumes, mainly AI-driven attacks such as phishing or adversarial AI, now account for significant proportion of cyber fraud. For example, 66% of AI adopters use AI to predict and defend against zero-day attacks, some of the most difficult to detect. And banking/financial sector saw, this is like unbelievable, this is like a crazy high, 280% increase in cyber attacks last year only. And this number is exponentially increasing, many of which were effectively managed using AI technology. So let's dive into top 5 trends and types of AI-driven cyber attacks. The first one is phishing attacks, mainly that it's been increasing. Let's say the attackers, they automate phishing attacks by creating highly personalized and realistic messages, whether it be emails, SMS, or social media, excuse me. And or AI-driven chatbots may simulate real-time human interaction, tricking users into providing sensitive information, in this case, financial information. So these attacks are particularly very dangerous because they can be automated at scale, like they can send it to thousands, hundreds of thousands, or millions of users, personalized for each user based on their big data, if you also bundle it with the social engineering aspect of it at the same time. So defense mechanism and resilience methods is that if you implement AI-powered email filtering and behavioral analysis tool, it can really help you in basically like behavioral analysis risk management systems can really help you to mitigate or avoid several types of AI attacks, AI-powered attacks. And to give you some technology examples is that like there was a financial institution using semantic email security. They saw a reduction of over 95% in phishing attempts. And also Microsoft Defender for Office 365, they use ML machine learning models to detect phishing attempts in emails and provide real time. This real time is very important against suspicious links and attachments. The real time is important because especially it's a differentiator factor for non-traditional fintechs compared to incumbents, because the incumbents are bound to the constraints of legacy systems. They are not necessarily real time, whereas fintechs, they are all API and cloud-based, and they are fast to market with frictionless experience in mind. So real time can be really a good differentiator factor for them. And another example is Google's AI-powered stamp detector that basically does the same. And the number 2 cyber security attack is adversarial attacks, and it comes in 2 types. The first type is evasion attacks, meaning that the attackers, they subtly alter input data, for example, changing pixels in an image, or to mislead an AI system into making incorrect predictions or classifications, including verification or authentication, or poisoning attacks. This is really coming to picture when you want to develop AI system or training. These involve injecting false or misleading data into the AI training process, and it compromises the system integrity from its foundation. This is a very high risk, especially for fintechs that are fast to market, and they're really fast to integrate with third-party solutions, get the different data pools, and if there is the data validation process is not in place, so some of this data might be poisoned, right? So the AI system itself is trained on it get compromised at its core foundation. And this is increasingly common, and the systems like autonomous vehicles or biometric verification, which is very with a high adoption rate in fintech, it can even small errors can have significant consequences. Let's say loan approval or false approvals, or like the biometric authentication. If these kind of measures, preventive measures, are not in place, it can have really major financial consequences as well. And we talk about the last point. So, and defense mechanism use adversarial training and robust AI models that are trained to identify and resist such attacks. So they identified that the data, they confirmed that it's a healthy data, and during model training to make system resilient against these attacks. Some technology examples would be like Tesla's autopilot uses adversarial training to defend against evasion attacks. And some of these evasion attacks are anticipated to manipulate road signs or lane markings that could confuse autonomous vehicles and create like chaotic situations. Google TensorFlow library also provide tools for testing and enhancing AI models. So the testing and the benchmarking, as we spoke about it early on, is very important in this process when you want to either like develop or buy and deploy a system from by yourself or from third parties. So IBM's adversarial robustness toolbox also is another example, which is open source toolkit that utilize machine learning models by detecting such attempts. And also you can go to security technology providers that are rich portfolio of AI ML powered solutions specific to each industrial sector's vulnerabilities and use cases. For example, a couple of years ago, I think it was back in 2018, I launched this biometric AI/ML powered biometric authentication at the highest level prior to the mainstream OEMs or mobile device manufacturers include that into their native functionality like voice recognition or iris or fingerprint and things like that. So unfortunately, the banking system was a bit slow to adopt that. That's why the big techs really took advantage and grabbed the market in a digital identity and authentication so far. So deepfake-based attacks is that AI-generated deepfakes such as videos, images, or voice recording are used to fraudulent purposes, often to impersonate high-profile or decision-making individuals, to manipulate organizations into performing unauthorized actions like transferring funds or approvals, etc. So it's on the rise, and particularly in social engineering campaigns. So they grab the data from different social outputs and they combine it and they create the deepfake based attacks. And defense mechanism and resilience methods. And again, it's deepfake detection, AI and biometric verification tools to identify fake audio, image, or video content. We could have a separate discussion what these technologies are, what are the sub scenarios or use cases that the attackers could use to manipulate the systems, and which is beyond the scope of this. This is more of introductory kind of presentation. So some examples like Facebook uses deepfake detection, challenge AI models to scan and identify synthetic media that could be used in social engineering attacks. They still have a long way to go. There've been a tremendous amount of rise of Facebook and this deepfake based attacks or impersonation, especially, for example, in UK because of open banking. So there's still a long way to go, but that's a good start. Or Microsoft Video Authenticator is another example, or Amber Authenticate that uses real-time video authentication services to ensure the integrity of live broadcasts and video conferences. Also, you can go to security technology providers in each domain, let it be payment, banking, government, healthcare, or telecom, that they have a rich portfolio of AI ML powered solutions specific to each industrial sector with its own vulnerabilities and use cases. And AI-powered randomness attacks, it's enhanced ransomware by automating aspects of the attack, such as identifying vulnerabilities and adapting the ransomware to evade detection over time. That makes ransomware more sophisticated and harder to defend against over time. And the impact is that the banking and financial sector has seen a 280% increase in cyber attacks, many of which involve AI-powered ransomware. And that's very concerning. And defense mechanism and resilience methods is that to utilize AI-based endpoint detection and response, or so-called acronym of EDR, and real-time backup solution to detect ransomware behavior early to prevent and recover compromised data instantly, as well as BCP or DCR for disaster recovery. So this is like very major point. And there's been a new regulation on the in Canadian landscape as well. I posted some recommendation on LinkedIn. You're more than welcome to go to my page and get connected. And if you have any questions, or if you want more in-depth answers to any of these topics, we could take it offline, and I could more elaborate on that. And the technology example. So a US healthcare provider integrated a solution that blocked ransomware attack before data encryption began, and thanks to AI that flagged suspicious behavior. CrowdStrike Falcon is one example. VM backup and replication is another solution that could use. And these are just some examples, and just to give you an idea. And a malicious GPT. So the attackers in this type of cyber attack can manipulate generative pre-trained transformers, or GPTs, to generate harmful outputs, such as malicious code or disinformation, right? And these GPTs can create sophisticated phishing content or even design malware. The impact is that these attacks are becoming more prevalent as the capabilities of LLMs or large language models evolve. And defense mechanism and resilience methods is that to develop guardrails for GPT systems through ethical AI models and human in the loop approaches that ensures outcomes are monitored and vetted before executions. And again, it goes with benchmarking, versioning, the training of the AI, and the outputs and the KPI, everything quantitative, measurable. So technology examples are that the OpenAI's GPT, like they introduce content moderation filters to prevent the generation of harmful malware scripts or disinformation. And I acknowledge there's still a long way to go, but I mean, we're on the right path. And OpenAI's GPT safety layer, which includes moderation tools and limits on certain query types to prevent malicious use of generative models. And Hugging Face's transform tool does the same. So with a bit of focus on big data. So let's never forget, data is the major input into AI systems. So it's fed into AI algorithm to provide certain, to run the algorithm and provide the output. So data is mainly overlooked, and the health and accuracy of it is overlooked as well. So it's very essential in AI system for AI training and fraud detection and prevention. So again, I'm emphasizing the benchmarking data into AI to reduce the FRR and FAR, just false rejection rate and false approvals rate KPIs, and keep the data security stages in mind. Either let it be data in the storage or persistence of the data into database or whatever format you're using, or if the data is in motion between the systems, or during the identity and access management to the data. Let it be the user using or utilizing the data in B2C model, or let it be system levels, like in B2B integration between the systems. And some other recommendations to follow is that advanced end-to-end encryption is essential. And right now we're at the stage of technology that the big organization, they have to consider post-quantum encryption, PQE. And also you have to have a solid key management system and replenish the keys, renew the keys between the systems, between B2B, to minimize or avoid any kind of risk associated with compromisation in that aspect. And also anonymization layer. I very rarely see anybody talk about that, but it's in line with GDPR and user privacy. So imagine you have a database or PII or personal information, okay? Sensitive personal information such as PIN, cardholder name, or account holder name, or their address, or things like that. If it leaves you under the population of 10 or 20, you can consider it high risk as per the GDPR. So anonymization, it can be a layer on top of the data. So you get a data pool and anonymize it. So whoever catches that data or penetrate into your system, there's no way for them to identify any individual, even if the data is compromised. I call it layer because it's in another prevention layer on top of every other security measures that you have in place. And again, third-party integration data pool makes AI system exposed to the risk. Imagine you integrating with different data pools to enrich the data or train your AI, or you want to expand the services or use cases of your system. It means that you're exposed to the risks unless you have certain provisions and mechanisms in place to avoid any kind of the data compromise or security compromise. And you have to consider that we have different layers which is verification, authentication, and authorizations, which require certain different kind of interactions between systems. So keep that in mind when dealing with data, and take a proactive versus reactive approach. Like you have to be ahead of the regulation and always keep ethical, consumer-centric mindset in your system design. And prevention has always been more highly recommended than the correction. Like imagine the cost of non-compliance or reversal of a high-value transaction, whereas you could have easily prevented. And compliance is the key. So when you comply with PCI or GDPR or EU AI Act, etc., so I mean, you mitigate. And it doesn't mean that's the end of the journey. No, you can enhance it with your own more sophisticated mechanisms, security mechanisms in place. But the compliance is a good foundation to have a secure and healthy system. Regulation and compliance, Dr. Albert already covered it. I'm gonna do a very fast track. So basically you have to take regional, national, provincial regulation into account, depending on your target market. And also all these aforementioned are recalibrating and emerging, enforcing the compliance of AI systems and platforms. And you have to include regulation and understand that regulation has back and forth two-way interactions during different stages of AI systems and basically AI technology S-curve during the research, discovery, technology, implementation, and the market. So it's an additional layer on top of all things. And fraud detection and prevention, keep it in mind. And like regulation EU number 910/2014, or known as EIDAS, supports secure electronic transaction across the EU. That helps detect identity fraud and maintain trust. AI-powered authentication also is very important, like NIST digital identity guidelines also can enhance your system. And emerging cyber threats. So by AI-based cybersecurity tools must adapt to evolving cyber threats, as we discussed early on. So cybersecurity framework version 1.1 by NIST also it's another source to go to and have your system compliant with it. And or I highly recommend it, especially for fintechs, PCI DSS and GDPR Article 32. PCI DSS will ensure the integrity of your data and transmission of data in motion between the systems and different life stages of the ecosystem and its existence. Like in having a quick look at the US, Mr. President Biden just issued an executive order, October 2023, covering different aspects from ensuring the safety and security, way up to promoting innovation and competition, supporting workers, way up to advancing equity and civil rights, and also the implementation and general provisions. And keep in mind, The AI is emerging, so are the regulations around it. In US Congress alone, as per MIT Technology Review in September 2024, we have 120 AI related bills in the US Congress. So imagine. And as we elaborate more on the use cases, discovery, and application of the AI systems, this regulation come forward as well. It's been in every technological advancement or invention or trajectory so far in the history of humankind. So get ready. It's not the end of the day. Okay, these are the 10 set of rules or compliance or regulations that I'm gonna comply with, and that's the end of the day. No, it's an ongoing. So have a division of compliance to deal with that as well. And if you need any help on those kind of aspects in terms of the technology or regulation or RegTech, you can reach out to GCFI or myself on LinkedIn, and we could help you to find the right people in the market that you're active in and get you connected to the right folks and for your project. So Algorithmic Accountability Act of 2022 is also audits and risk assessment for automated decision system that emphasize that. Have a quick look at the EU AI Act mandates explainability in AI systems to ensure fair outcomes. And the act was out there in March 2024, and Council followed its approval in May 2024, and European Union lawmakers signed the AI Act in June 2024 this year. So the priority is, again, safety, transparency, traceability, non-discriminatory, and environmentally friendly kind of framework. And to safeguard, to limit the use of biometric identification systems by law enforcement with some few important exceptions, and the ban on social scoring and AI use to manipulate or exploit user vulnerabilities. You see, the human-centric is in the core of it. And right of consumers, right? So, and it's based on risk level categorization of the system. In financial sector, we consider ourselves as critical infrastructure. So you have to bear that in mind. And also they support innovation in AI, as well as a technological neutral uniform definition of it. I think Dr. Albert had a touch point on that as well, and as well as the transparency. So, to summarize, if you have strategies or frameworks dealing with the AI, let it be AI champion team or chief AI officer or AI office or things like that, expand and fine tune it as the technology is expanding as well. You could have, for example, AI factory or governance framework during the prioritization, plan, design, build, and deploy. And also, again, bear in mind, AI and ML, despite all their positive impact, it's a bubble hype effect. So if you want to invest in merger and acquisition in AI systems, or if you want to integrate this AI, you just have to keep everything quantitative and all the things in. There are a lot of things that folks can promise you, or my system can do X, Y, Z, but you really have to be able to quantify it and see that if the use case is viable in terms of business and technology. And keep and in mind that AI and ML also impose security, ethic, and accuracy risk. So you have to have plan and execute steady, gradual, long-term strategy with contingency plans. Okay, if the system doesn't work, we can switch to that one. And what are the financial implications, or from the end user point of view? And regulation, again, is recalibrating and emerging, and it's solidifying in Canada, USA, and Europe and worldwide, and it's ongoing as technology matures. And it's a major external compliance factor and dependency on any AI system. And you can utilize AI and ML in various applications, trends discussed in this presentation, plus a few others, just to give you an idea, like cybersecurity. We talk about it in terms of fraud detection or prevention, or risk assessment management, or EKYC, know your customer, or scoring, CDD, and AML, and anti-money laundering. And like it has implications, an additional layer to things like digital first and open banking. It's complementary to that. And data is also, you need to have a comprehensive, reliable data pool. This is very crucial, and you have to bear in mind in your strategy and planning that it needs to be benchmarked and with quantitative analysis as for the results and KPIs to make sure that you have continuous improvement. And personalization is another aspect that you can utilize data and feed it into AI system to personalize and offer the use cases that brings value to each individual. Right now, the personalization in banking sector is very at product level. Oh, okay, if you have Visa Classic, so these are the features. So they don't care about each individual that, okay, they have different purchase behavior, different situations in their life. They might be a student, they might be, they might be a professional worker, or they might be into travel and leisure, or into retail purchases. So everyone is different, as well as B2B customers as well. So personalization at merchant level also matters. And also AI can be applied into ESG, like crowdfunding, employee training, inclusion and diversity, real-time carbon footprint, and supply chain, and so on. So these are just few use cases that the AI promises, and there are already some implementation on each end of these points. And continue on the strategy guideline summary. AI/ML is a powerful tool with mass adoption and major positive impact on business, especially financial industry. It's here to stay. So everybody acknowledges us, and we know it. And it can bring positive numerous use cases to be examined and industrialized by fintechs, FIs, and enterprises. And be mindful. Again, I think this is the third time I'm reminding that despite all the positive promises that it's bringing, and a lot of it is already industrialized, we have to really be careful about the bubble phase. Look at the internet, how it expanded. Like small internet companies, they went multi-billion-dollar, and overnight everything, the bubble burst. So you have to be mindful of that as well. And it's on its enhancement path. It imposes some major risk, and it requires effective governance to balance risk with time to market and value delivery, right? So you have to measure how much value I'm bringing to market to introduce this AI system or use case, and what are the risks involved. So you need to have a really, how can I say, mature and risk adverse strategy in place. And again, AI imposes some risk on ethics, security, privacy, transparency, reliability, fairness, inclusion, and accountability. And AI systems are improving, but you have to take those things into account. And once you have the KPIs and measurements and SMEs from each functional division, humans, to validate the output of AI system and optimize it, you're on the right path. So, and also AI strategy and execution should be tailored to each organization and its business and operational context. And again, GCFI is here. I'm here. I'm going to put my LinkedIn over there. If you're looking for adopting AI strategy or roll out any kind of AI system into your infrastructure or offerings, we're here to help. And it should be tailored to each organization. Even for the banks, this bank is totally has different operational aspects or organizational culture and design than the other. And this region is different than the other region. So it brings a whole set of complex context into each. And to conclude, the AI technology maturity, applications and adoptions are increasing at a very fast pace, exponentially, I would say. So are the risks associated with them, right? And you have to bear in mind that AI is a powerful technological tool to stay and optimize. I'm emphasizing it again. And its technological S-curve maturity and adoption is at emergence stage. Still, it has a lot to improve and a lot more to offer. And it's a complementary additional layer. Don't consider it that it's going to replace everything. No, everything that was introduced during the in banking and fintech domain has been complementary. Look at the mobile payment. It never replaced any other payment instruments you had in the past. It complements that. And at the end of the day, it's a user choice. Which system, which form factor, which channel to use. The same with digital banking or online banking, right? So it's complementary. And you have to keep fraud level in mind as well, to have a proactive resilience method in place. And always keep user-centric and privacy by design and security by design and moral principles in the core of the system and business design. So once you have that, just this one line item, it means that all compliance, the healthy data, the ethical aspects of it, of the AI and the compliancy and everything. So once you have that as a principle of your product development or introductions, you're golden, right? So, and also the regulation compliance and accurate and secure data management essentially and crucially matter to safeguard any AI initiative, system, infrastructure, and platform. These are references, and thank you so much. You can have a look, and please get in touch with me if anything I could elaborate on, and I really appreciate any kind of questions that you might have.
That was amazing, yes.
Oh, thank you, Dr. Kimani. I appreciate it. I had to do it a bit fast, you know, so.
Time,
oh, yeah.
Hopefully the next course, we have more days to go into this in depth. So for the participant, please, do you have questions, comments? And I've just shared in the chat evaluation form. So we want you to spend some few minutes to give us feedback on how this sessions went for you today. So if you can do that, whilst we wait for questions and comments. So the floor is open.
Hello.
Hi,
Thank you so
ahead.
much.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you.
Did you have a question? Oh, sure, okay. Okay, do I take that there's no questions? What about comments? How are you going to apply this in your day-to-day activities at the workplace? Just wonderful presentation, all that, okay. We'll get to that, the sessions were informative and all that, so wonderful. So as I said, I've shared the link to the evaluation. Have you all received it? Have you seen it?
Yes.
Yes, if you can spend some few minutes to provide us feedback, that'll be wonderful. Then I also shared a link that you can provide your details. So we can provide the information, relevant information to you as well.
Can you have the presentations in PDF or in any format?
We shared a link. So if you, have you seen the link? It was shared some few minutes ago. Make sure you have your details on that link. Did you see it? Okay, let me reshare. So this is the link you need to fill out if you're not done so.
This is the form for having materials, right?
Yes.
Okay, so you will send materials in physical form or in?
Sorry, I can barely hear you. Can you speak up a bit?
So I'm asking, will you send the materials in physical format?
No, it's going to be electronic. So you have to fill the form I just put in with your details, especially your email address.
Okay, thank you.
No, we can't do physical, yes.
How
Yeah, go
often,
ahead.
yes, how often does the center conduct, training like this or sessions like this? I'm interested in these sessions and all.
Okay, so I'm going to talk about that. Our next session will be in November. And we are going to build on this introductory level training. So that'll be more in-depth, and that will take over for a period of 3 days. So we do training every quarter of the year.
Okay, very interesting. I would like to be part of everything.
Yeah, that's fine. So we send the details, and we also have an annual event starting from next year as well. But that'll be done in Toronto, Canada, face to face.
Okay, that's great. Very great. Thank you.
Okay, the floor is open. So whilst we're filling the evaluation form, if you have any questions, comments, suggestions, let's have it. I know it was very tricky in terms of the time zone. So we had a lot of feedback on that. So we're going to work better at the time zones. Maybe we do different time zones so that everybody can take advantage of the training. So let me see, show of hand, if you have filled out the evaluation form. You can just show your hand on the chat or the indicator, yes, if you fill the evaluation form. Or you're busy filling it out. So on screen now is the date and time for our next training. And we're offering 30% discount for all the participants here. So this is very generous. So take advantage of it, yes. Can you all see my screen?
Yes.
Yes,
Okay.
we can.
Okay, wonderful. But I can't see my hands up. Have you filled the evaluation form? This is not an exam, it's just feedback. Okay, I can see some hands out. Yeah, that's good. Wonderful. So in terms of certificates, again, we'll send you a short link to do a short examination, not examination, a multiple quiz questions. Once you go through that, then you will receive your certificate. So watch out for that as well. So at the center, every short course we do, there is some form of quiz that we deliver to the participants. And basically it's going to come from all the sessions that was held today. Okay, we are coming to the top of the hour. We have 6 more minutes to go. Yeah, go ahead, yes.
Yes, for the assessment, I joined slightly late, so like I missed an hour or two. So I will just have to go through the, assessment that way.
You'll be okay, I mean.
All right.
The good news is that a lot of the presenters reiterated some of the points, so the issues were re-emphasized.
Yes.
So you should be fine.
Oh, yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, I need to see more hands so we can close on the big bank. And at this stage, if you can all turn your videos on so we can have a picture of everybody on there. Yes, that's wonderful. So let me bring it all back. Let me stop sharing the screen so we can have all of us in the pool. These are the brave people who stayed to the end, so we should be celebrated, yes. Screen, you. Okay, yes, I can see everybody now. Okay, so can we turn our mic on and just say a big thank you and just celebrate?
Thank you.
Thank you.
And congrats, everybody.
Thank you.
It's at
Thank
night for
you.
some people and all that. So
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
yes,
Thank
Thank you.
and goodbye. So we see you
you.
again at our next training. Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Yes. Bye.
Thanks. Cheers. Bye.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
See this one.
That's for the class.
Thank you so much for the session. Bye-bye.
Mommy. Happy Independence, you, and happy new month.